I'd like to welcome you all here this morning to Dunedin City Council meeting for Tuesday the 14th of May, and I would like to welcome Jacqueline Midvika, who will offer a Bahi prayer to open the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me, and I am going to say a prayer about the power of praying. Intone, O my servant, the verses of God that have been revealed by thee, as intoned by them who are drawn nigh unto him, that the sweetness of thy melody may kindle thine own soul and attract the hearts of all men. Whoso reciteth in the privacy of his chambers the verses revealed by God, the scattering angels of the Almighty shall scatter abroad the fragrance of the words uttered by his mouth, and shall cause the heart of every righteous man to throb, though he may at first remain unaware of its effect. Yet the virtue of the grace vouchsafed unto him must needs sooner or later exercise its influence upon his soul. Thus have the mysteries of the revelation of God been decreed, by virtue of the will of him who is the source of power and wisdom. Baha'u'llah. Thank you for inviting me. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and with your agreement, I will take my leave now.
Thank you very much. We've received apologies for lateness from Mayor Jules Raddick and apology for early departure from Andrew Wiley. I would like to move that we accept those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Seconder Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Confirmation of the agenda. I move that the Council confirms the agenda without additional deletion. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wiley. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? There being none, I move that the Council notes the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A and confirm the proposed management plan for elected members' interest and notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team's interest. I have a seconder for that. Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Reports. Hearing scheduled for the proposal on Aurora Energy and annual plan. Do we have any questions to that report? I'm happy to move that the Council notes the hearing schedule. Seconder, Councillor Van der Vist. Any discussion? Being none, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Submissions, and I'd just like to remind colleagues that when we come to questions that we remember to keep our introductions succinct and focus on the question so that gives opportunity for everybody to ask a question and plenty of time for the submitters to answer their question. I'm now going to invite the submitters to speak to their submissions to the proposal on Aurora Energy, and first I would like to invite Mr Mike Waddell up to the table. Thank you, Mr Waddell. You have 5 minutes to speak to your submission, and then councillors have 5 minutes to ask you any questions. There's a timer on the screen behind me, and you can take it as read that all councillors have read your submission. And just when you go to speak, just remember to push the button, and then when a councillor asks you a question, you'll need to re-push the button. So, thank you, Mr Waddell.
Oh, well, kia ora, everyone. Firstly, thank you for providing the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposal to sell Aurora. As you would have read in my submission, that I am against the sale of an asset that firmly belongs to all the consumers and ratepayers of this city and beyond. Any potential purchaser will only purchase the asset if they can see a return on their investment. If a purchase sees a return, then what is stopping the council seeing a return on the investment over the long term? And by long term, I mean the next 5, 10, 30 plus years. I understand that you want to reduce debt. Good idea. However, the debt was not caused by consumers or ratepayers, it was caused by very poor leadership at the time. The Lines Company is no different from supplying water and waste services to residents. These are essential infrastructure utilities that should be owned by the city. It's ironic. When there was great debate about losing control of the Three Waters, people were up in arms, even though replacement costs were significant. And yet now we have a major asset that is potentially being let go. One must ask, what is next? Is the city considering selling the pipes that supply the water? And while a sale will provide a sum of money to be invested, as suggested, all that is really happening is that the council is removing their responsibility of providing a service which will make the books look slightly better, all while leaving the consumer to pay the ongoing daily charge that is set by the private investor. And while you will say the Commerce Commission sets a price on quality and controls across the sector, what guarantees have we got that this will remain so? Governments come and go. They change legislation. So the question is, do you feel comfortable knowing that there is a potential to see Aurora being listed on the overseas stock exchange? For example, Wellington Power Co is owned by Chung Kong Infrastructure, listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Power Co is owned by Australian investment companies. These two companies would not have invested in core infrastructure if they were not good investments. Line companies, well managed, are good investments. So if the issue is to reduce debt, council debt, what else could you sell? Why not the stadium? The stadium is fantastic for the city. It brings in external dollars that adds to the retailers, accommodation providers and hospitality's financial viability, creating a more vibrant city. All good for us. And in noting a comment made by Dunedin City Holdings Limited spokesperson, is published in the ODT on the 3rd of May, and quoting, the council's hands have not been forced by this situation, i.e. being the dividends, not being paid since 2017. It simply has a choice. If a sale did not proceed, the council could still operate effectively. This is from somebody from the company. So I urge the council to think of the future generation of consumers and ratepayers to come. I mean, really, you all have to stand up and be accountable for what you may or may not do. We as citizens of this city require you to be accountable. To sell something, and then in generations to come, what is going to happen? Can our grandchildren, my grandchildren, your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, can they look at you in the eye? Or will you just walk away because I'm no longer a councillor? This city was founded on really, really good principles. Was it, I think, 1907? Power was very important at that point. Our forefathers actually invested in this city. And you, as I spoke, are you forefathers and foremothers? I don't know what the right term actually is, but you are responsible. How can you consider selling the jewellery of this city to anyone, particularly if our money goes offshore? That is irresponsible. You owe it to the citizens of Dunedin. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr Waddell, for a very passionate and clear submission. I have two questions. In your written submission, you make it clear you support the option not to sell, but with a caveat of 51% being retained by us. So the question would be, I'm speculating here, but I suspect I'm doing it in the right direction, that by doing that it would be less likely that one would gain top value for the asset if it was sold. So in the context of that, would you then be, if your proposal was not on the table, you're just reconfirming that you would absolutely not want us to sell it?
Yes, I mean, I don't want it to sell, but I've always been a person of looking at solutions. And so if there's a moot that we think we should sell, probably for a less amount of money if you say retain 51%. But I was just trying to think, well, okay, what's the worst case scenario? Well, there's two levels. The worst one is to sell. The second worst one, if there's such a thing, is to only sell 49%. The best solution is don't sell.
Thank you. My second question, I'll probably ask this of many submitters. Reading all of the submissions, which has been quite a chore, there seems to be an overwhelming sentiment not to sell. Can I just ask you, amongst your peer group, what the feeling is?
Well, my feeling against my peer group, and I can tell you my peer group is young and old, is not to sell. You know, my own children and their families are telling me, and they're in their 30s, are saying, this is ridiculous. This is our city. Do not sell.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. And thank you, as Councillor Walker has said. It has been mooted that one way of looking at this is not selling an asset, but changing asset type. What would you say to that?
I don't actually understand the question.
So it's been suggested that where it would be, rather than having a bricks and mortar style investment, i.e. Lines Company, we would have a investment portfolio, etc. What would you say to that?
I'd say that's a very poor decision, because what we're doing here, we're talking about utilities. Utilities are very, very different from another form of asset. And the utility will grow over time. And when I was doing a bit of research last night, it talked about proper asset management. Extends the life of the city through proper maintenance, or through the asset through proper maintenance. Base the rates on accurate operational financial returns. It allows you to respond to emergencies more efficiently. Reducing the cost in the long term produces a better surplus.
Thank you. And my second question is not to take the steam out of somebody who's going to be presenting later, but we will be hearing an idea of following the Auckland Airport model in terms of opening it up to the public to buy shares. Again, your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't be totally opposed to ratepayers or shareholders of the city, ideally ratepayers. I wouldn't say I wouldn't be anti that. Several other, of course, power companies have done that within New Zealand, or set up trusts. But you know, I mean, this is a utility. You know, we're not buying and selling and doing. You know, our product is very simple. You know, it's a hunk of wire coming into our homes with stuff running down in the middle of it. You know, so I think we have the capacity. You know, so really, carrying on the Lines theme, you know, I'm resistant, offering resistance to selling the company.
Councillor Van der Vis.
You've said that the ongoing daily charge is can be set by the new investor. This is untrue. Did you not realise that the Commerce Commission sets the ongoing charge, and the Commerce Commission doesn't care who the investor actually is, who the owner actually is? So the charges, I mean, your initial comment was that you're worried that the new investor will raise the charges. You are not aware that these are absolutely set by the Commerce Commission, and the Commerce Commission doesn't mind who the owner actually is?
Yes, I am absolutely aware of that. I think my point was that legislation can be changed. And governments do change legislations. And if I think of one that is terrible for New Zealand, the government are just repealing the smoke-free legislation. So that proves that governments come and go, they can change. And so while you are 100% correct today, you don't know what tomorrow is going to bring.
Okay, you also said that you think that we can respond to emergencies more efficiently if we run the company. Are you aware that Aurora has been fined $5 million for not keeping safety and reliability of supply, and that there have been an enormous range of problems with DCC ownership of Aurora?
Yes, I'm 100% aware of that. But you have to look at the reason for that. Why were there no dividends actually being paid from 2017 onwards? Where was the money actually going? And so this is not about, those issues are absolutely real, so you're right. But actually, poor management, poor leadership created that. I'm hopeful now that actually Aurora is on a sound footing from a leadership management perspective. Debt. The debt that the council has is actually peanuts in the big scale of the world. It's peanuts. And so we have to get a head around that. There's good debt and there is bad debt. The good debt is providing us a service that actually we as ratepayers and consumers actually depend on.
Thank you, Mr Woodell. We've run out of time, unfortunately, but thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Next we have Mr Tony Williams. Thank you, Mr Williams. As I said earlier, you have 5 minutes to speak to your submission, and then we will have questions of 5 minutes. There's a timer on the screen behind me, and every time a councillor asks you questions, you'll need to press the button again to turn your microphone on. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, my fellow ratepayers. Anything to oblige. I've been running a goldsmithing business in this city now for 49 years, come August, and I've lived in the same house for most of that time. And over that time, my rates have gone up tenfold. If you take out inflation, they've roughly doubled. The services I receive have not noticeably improved. Even the much vaunted cycleways that I might applaud merely substitute for roads that were once safe to ride on. If the proposed rates increases proceed, my rates will double again in 4 years and reach that magic figure of $30,000 per year, so scoffed by Mr Radic 8 years after that. So I'm more than sympathetic to attempts to keep the rates down, but given the length of time they have been out of control, plus the fact that this is happening throughout the country, I do not think a one-off cash injection and a small ongoing income stream is going to fix it. The problem is systemic, and it does need to be fixed, but I don't think the sale of Aurora is going to achieve this. In which light, it might be worth quoting Sue Bidrow's former chief executive when commenting on the failure of yet another cycleway project. The bad news is we are going to have to redo it. The good news is we can do it in-house so it won't cost too much. Which begs the question, why on earth was it done outhouse in the first place? It might be a lesson. The question of the sale of Aurora is not then about rates, but the delivery of what has become an essential commodity. When I was young, electricity provided light, bit of cooking, bit of heat, and powered Mum's vacuum cleaner. Not much more than a couple of candles and a Primus stove saw you through a power cut. Now it provides not just light and heat, but everything from banking to buses to books to bookings. It even enables me to pay my rates. It's essential to every aspect. And the delivery of it is a natural monopoly. We don't want to see, nor can we afford, a multiplicity of power lines across the countryside and up our streets. So we cannot have a competitive market in the delivery of electricity. And an essential service that is also a natural monopoly should never, ever be privatised. I sent you a copy of Andrew Anthony's recent Listener article. I hope you've read it, but in case you haven't, I'll summarise. He talks about the effect of privatising England's water supply, the running down of assets, and the implicit blackmail that unless, Unless they are allowed to increase prices, they will not reinvest and will bankrupt the company, meanwhile having delivered the dirtiest water in Europe. We saw it here with the New Zealand Railways Department. Sold, run down, on-sold, run down further, finally brought back by the government because we were losing what was seen as an essential service. It still doesn't provide the service it used to. British Labour is now proposing to renationalise British Rail for the same reasons. We saw the beginning of the same trajectory when the DCC corporatised the then DCC Electricity Department and created Aurora. To generate the dividends we demanded of it, Aurora invested in property while neglecting the maintenance of the network until the poles fell down. Fortunately, we owned it, could waive the dividends and demand that it do its job of delivering power to the residents of Otago. Under private ownership, whether New Zealand or more probably overseas, the dividends to shareholders take absolute priority. You've stated that prices will not dramatically increase if Aurora is privatised because the Commerce Commission controls price. We know all too well the Commerce Commission rules with a featherlight touch. To maintain dividends, maintenance will be neglected or prices will dramatically increase, probably both. It is a natural trajectory of private companies running utility services. The implicit blackmail that Mr. Anthony referred to sits always in the background. I see we've run out of time. May I finish or not?
Have you just got a quick sentence?
It's been put to me that the Central Otago and Lakes District needs massive investment in lines and infrastructure, and the only way to fund this is by the sale of the company. Sometimes I think we should be parochial. I suggest that the respective local councils be given their shares of Aurora and resolve their own issues. The value of the company is in the delivery of the service, without which our society will collapse. The capital value is irrelevant. Just as I cannot afford to realise the value of my house as long as I want to live in it, so we cannot afford to sell off Aurora as long as we need electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. With questions, Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tony, for submitting today. My ears pricked up, and I guess yours did too, when the previous submitter mentioned that we were selling the jewellery, the city's jewellery. Do you think that it's prudent to have 70% of our jewellery, so to speak, in one basket, which is basically Aurora?
I don't see Aurora as being primarily a financial institution. I see Aurora as delivering electricity, and I think we cannot afford to lose control of that. To have turned it into a financial asset rather than a service asset was a mistake in the first place. It needs to revert to being a service asset because we cannot survive without the electricity, and we cannot afford to lose control of the delivery.
And in regards to council really having no influence on how Aurora charges for its electricity, do you feel that we would be receiving cheaper rates if we owned Aurora opposed to a private investor owning Aurora?
Why not? I am completely disillusioned with the concept that private enterprise is automatically more efficient. I think we have example after example that it isn't. So I see no reason why it would be more or less expensive, but even if we cannot cover the cost of Aurora with the charges, then we will subsidise it with our rates. We have to, because we have to have electricity. In the end of the day, it is not about the money. It is about the delivery of an absolutely essential service. And if you let somebody skim off the top to overseas investors, then we are in the position that Andrew Anthony talks about, where we are blackmailed, increase the prices, or we'll walk away leaving you with a broken system.
So we mentioned it's not about the money, but would you agree that it does take money to run this city? It is a big business.
Oh, absolutely. I pay you, after all. You know, of course I know. You are my servant in that sense. But How are we going to run the city without electricity? I do not think that this is going to solve any financial issue. I think we do have financial issues. I think they go back probably to the reforms of the 1990s. This is why I referred to Sir Bidrose's quote. We can do it cheaper in-house, but we have got rid of all the organisations which did it in-house, and we now contract out. The most expensive way of doing things. You run a business, I run a business. I know that if I can do it in-house, it is dramatically cheaper than if I employ contractors. I employ contractors when I do not have the resources for some reason, but I will have them if I can exploit them fully. I employ a diamond setter. I contract out to him because I do not have work for a full-time diamond setter. If I had the work, I would employ him and it would drop my costs per diamond dramatically. If you can fully use your resources, you have them in-house. If they are occasional, you have them out of house and bring them in when you have to. It's basic business.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your submission. And I'm just going to go touch on something you said and Mr. Woodall said as well. And it's around, you speak of water in the UK and the fact that government policy often determines, councils are actually forced into environments because of government policy, such as the formation of Aurora and the sale of Waipori during the electricity reform. But if we own the asset and the government policy changes, then if we own the asset, we can take advantage of that. Would that be correct? In other words, let's say the government policy says actually this was an experiment in well, for want of a better term, neoliberalism, and it's failed, so you can now bring these back inside if you want, which actually we can under the Local Government Act as well, by the way. If we don't own it, though, we'd never be able to bring it back if government policy heads in that direction, would we? Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely. You've lost control of the asset you need. And it doesn't matter too much if it was, say, DCC forestry. We don't need the wood. It's a financial asset, but the delivery of electricity is essential. We do need that. So we could afford to lose the forest. We could afford to flick it on. I don't think it'd be a good idea, but we could. But we can't and mustn't do it to the electricity supply.
And to that regard, you've answered my second question, which is because it's a utility asset and it has a strategic activity inside the city, we should look at it through a different lens than we would with, say, city forests, which isn't providing an activity inside the city.
Absolutely. I think that puts it in a nutshell. It's an essential service.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We've used up all your time, so thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to ask Jerry Lynch, please. Thank you, Mr. Lynch. You have up to 5 minutes to speak. The time is on the screen behind me, and then the councillors will ask questions of you. And when you need to speak, you just need to turn the microphone on. Thank you.
Thanks very much for having me.
Turn them.
Missed again.
Perfect.
All good. This is the first time here. I'll have a fairly amateur submission compared to the people before me, and I'm against the sale of the power company, and I've just got one reason. Another reason. There'd be plenty of other people got plenty of good reasons. In 2023, the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment had a review of the trees, the electricity hazards from trees regulations for 2003, and called for submissions. I made a submission, the Arboriculture Association made submissions, the horticulture industry made submissions, lots of people made submissions against the changes. They are particularly utility owner friendly changes to the regulations in terms of changing the growth limit zones from trees from 4 to 24 metres and placing the majority of the costs onto the property owner. In my submission, I talk about the social contract, that was held between the power boards, as they were in those days, and landowners with regards to placement of poles and the network itself. You know, you'll find that a lot of the I've done a lot of power line clearing over the years. You find a lot of poles and stuff like that are on boundaries or in fact through people's properties. So if you sell the power company, it's bound to be, as other submitters have suggested, to an overseas company. You don't have that social contract anymore. And if you have fundamental changes to the law that are going to place great costs on the landowners, you don't have that social contract anymore. And so you're saying that you're going to, by selling the power company, by selling Aurora, you're going to reduce rates and things like that. You merely just you're placing more costs onto the ratepayers, and I don't think that's a very good idea. I think it's like a gambler. You know, you're selling your tools to pay your debts. You're not going to have any debts, but the next time, because you're not changing the dysfunction, the next time you come up to the thing, you've got no tools to make the money. You're selling that's it. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr Lynch. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Thank you, Mr Lynch. Could you just explain a little more your role in interacting with trees next to power lines? And secondly, how much of a problem in terms of the responsibility of the property owners that was, just so that we have an understanding of that very good point you made.
I'm a retired arborist. I've been doing power line clearing around trees around power lines for, on and off over the last 35 years. In 2003, the regulations were changed, and there's probably people here know that the power companies give you the first free cut. So if the trees are within the growth limit zone, if they're identified as being within the growth limit zone, the property owner is issued a notice. They get the first tree cut for free, and or if they declare no interest, the power company removes the trees. And so that has been it's really flawed legislation, and it's really difficult to manage. It actually costs the power companies more, but it's legislation, and so they're not the current. The discussion document, the way the discussion document was written, and I haven't been able to find the resolutions from the submissions yet. I could change the government maybe. It's not going to make it any easier on the landowner. It's very business friendly piece of regulation.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Lynch, and just be aware there's no such thing as a bad submission. Yours is very interesting and proves why we have these processes. You talked about the social contract. It's something I certainly hadn't thought about actually. So could you just slightly expand on the consequences of losing the social contract?
In the rural areas around here, when the power lines were put in the 50s, the power board said, if you and I'm talking about the rural areas, if you provide the materials, we'll put the power lines up. And so they took the shortest direct route. So you're running across private property and stuff like that. Certainly at the back of Warrington and all up Waitati and things like that. You've got a lot of, all right on the boundary, but certainly across private property. So if you have a power company that now comes along and says you've got to remove all your trees up to 24 metres, and if you've got a forest block or an orchard or just a beautiful property, and the power company comes along and says you have to remove those trees and you have to pay for it. Does that answer the question?
Well explained.
Yep.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and I agree with Councillor Walker, there is no such thing as a bad submission. That's what we're here for here. So to clarify further to both of those questions, I'm trying to get it in my head because we hear that the government will look after, will dictate and control. It won't be able to get outside of certain parameters, but you've just told us that it was 4 metres, I'm assuming, out or away from the lines. A change of government then came in, changed the rules to 24 metres from the lines. Is that correct?
the discussion document talked about 4 to 24 metres. I can't find the results of the submissions, and I'm wondering if, you know, the MBIE website doesn't have any update, and I'm picking that there's been a change of government, and so maybe, who knows where that's going. I don't know about the processes.
But the point being that with the change of government, there is no such thing as a surety that the rules that are in place now will be the rules that are in place with the next government.
I'm a bit of a cynic. I would say that this business-friendly government is going to make is going to increase the growth limit zone and place the cost for tree management, vegetation management, on the landowner rather than the business.
Lovely. And with just a couple of seconds left, what is your opinion on the possibility of doing that Auckland Airport idea of opening up shares to the public?
Then we might end up with what's happening in Terrace, where you've got a half Christchurch airport, which is half owned by the ratepayers. Yeah, I absolutely no faith whatsoever in that model.
Thank you, Mr Lynch. We've used up all your time, so thank you for your submission. Next we have Mr John Lewis. Thank you, Mr Lewis. You've got 5 minutes to present your submission and then 5 minutes for questions, and yes, just turn the microphone on each time you need to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm John Lewis and I'm a retired investment financial advisor, and I'm against the proposal to sell Aurora. The opportunity is the Industrial Revolution was built on fossil fuels, and we're on the cusp of the next industrial revolution built on electricity and renewable energy. The growth in electricity usage will be exponential, not just here but worldwide. Aurora has a monopoly to provide the connections between the main grid and all electricity users in Dunedin and Central Otago, which is one of the fastest growing regions in New Zealand, I might add. Aurora will be at the centre of this new revolution. This is a tremendous growth opportunity for Aurora, and we consider selling this for a short-term budget fix, and this is a mistake. There's been some questions about Aurora's potential. Can they do this sort of thing in the future? And it has made mistakes in the past. But let's look at the future. Looking at the, what was it? The Aurora Statement of Intent for 3624, it says that the 2026 net profit is forecast to double to $32 million. Annual capital expenditure of $80 million for the years 2024 to 26 will be funded internally, and term debt will be levelling off. This is all good financial news. Aurora has got better, and they will have the capability to take on the challenges of this new age. There's also the idea that we should keep the money in Otago. Do we really want potentially for $32 million in net profit leaving this region, or worse, overseas, when ratepayers of Otago can enjoy better services, more amenities and lower rates? Do we also want to lose control of a strategic asset where ratepayers' interests become secondary to shareholders? As for the idea of taking residual money from the Aurora sale and putting it in a diversified fund, you may say that this money will be able to fund the needed services and amenities that the region needs. However, anyone who has a KiwiSaver will know that a balanced fund does not give steady returns and are likely to provide an average return of 8%. In addition, there is little capital growth if all except 3% is taken as a dividend. As Aurora's assets grow, so will its value. If assets grow $800 million in the next decade, so the capital value will also increase. This will be in addition to the ability of Aurora to pay dividends. The diversified fund option is a weak argument. Investors like Warren Buffett, and I think he knows what a good investment is, look for monopolies, big moats, which is barriers to entry, solid earnings, and a strong growth outlook. Sounds like Aurora to me. Aurora debt. As for the Aurora debt, it's obvious it needs to be separated from the DCC entity, or possibly excluded from the DCC debt calculations by LGFA. I don't know how you can do this, but it should be in the legal document somewhere. Currently, it would seem Aurora can service its debt adequately, so a limited liability company with DCC as a 100% shareholder can solve this problem. If debt is needed to be reduced, a capital raising from ratepayers possibly for 25% of the company could be looked at. While we're at it, why not sell Delta and city forest trees, not the land? Pay off their debt, and what's left over, we can pay off a bit more of Aurora's debt. More creative work needs to be done in this space to find a solution that enables Aurora to be retained as an asset for ratepayers while solving the DCC debt problem. And finally, we don't want a quick fix with the cash squandered in a few years. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your submission. And I actually just want to, you touched on the LGFA covenant there. I haven't talked to them directly yet, but I've a friend in another council who has, because they called up wondering if they were in trouble when they saw the articles on Aurora. Talked to LGFA and they were told that we are the only city, are you aware that we're the only city in New Zealand to have a covenant with LGFA? Nobody else does. And are you aware also that the person that this council has talked to informed them that we could rewrite the covenant anytime we want? Which means, I think the issue with the covenant is that at the moment Aurora's debt is treated as if it was going to, if it went dead overnight, we'd be hit with the interest, and therefore the interest now has to be aggregated with our own rates. However, it's pretty clear that Aurora just paid its own interest because it paid the interest and then stored an $11 million profit. This person at LGFA said that can be renegotiated. Do you think we should go back and renegotiate that before we consider the sale of Aurora?
Absolutely, that's my point. There are ways to do this. We just need to separate the debt away from the DCC responsibility and supposedly as on the ratepayers. And there's no reason why not, because at the moment Aurora is adequately servicing that debt.
Are you aware of the fact that until we joined LGFA, that was how we treated the debt? Thanks.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thanks for your submission. My question is related to your former investment banker. Did you say? Advisor. Okay. So it's the part of your written submission you talk about the stability of returns are not available in a diversified fund, and you stated subject to global economic uncertainty and the benefits of the document, and it's overstated. And then you referred to Warren Buffett, and I'll refer to him and his obsession with Coca-Cola and ask you, is Aurora at Coca-Cola? Microphone.
Yeah, well, based on the the parameters that Buffett likes to put on his investments, he likes one-off investments. He likes monopolies. He likes to be able to control them. He wants the good, strong earnings. There's no reason why you can't have single investments. In fact, most of the people who are really rich in this world, that's exactly how they get their money.
So yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert.
Asked and answered. Not the Coca-Cola thing.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Thank you for your submission. A previous submitter referred to debt as peanuts in the global sense. Do you have a view? I've picked up some of your view from what you've said, but I wonder if you'd comment on that.
Debt is useful if it's used to fund the right sort of assets. If we're talking about long-term infrastructure assets, if we don't want to put all the burden on the existing ratepayers, debt must be used to spread it over generations. And it's a standard viable thing, and I think that if the council wants to do all its three water requirements, it needs to fund it by debt. And I don't know why the government get organised with central government, the DCC with central government, to provide facilities for this sort of investment. Other than that, debt for operational purposes, I don't agree with that at all. That should be funded by ratepayers.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. In your submission, you say the proposal relies on an average 8% return on the fund with 3% retained to protect the capital value from inflation. And then you go on to say that 8% is very bullish. So could you just expand on saying that it's very bullish a little bit more?
I don't know where they got the 8% number from, but from my reading recently, the expectations of the world economies going forward with all their debt, the cost of infrastructure development, which is underpaid throughout the world, and also the cost of climate change, are going to be severely impacting the ability of the world economies to grow effectively, and therefore we cannot expect investments and share markets to be booming and providing an 8% return.
So one of the things that we've been, I guess, discussing is that we would get a profit of hundreds of millions of dollars, which we would invest and then get at a higher risk, and then perhaps get this 8%. Do you think that that is perhaps a risky way to invest money?
You've got an asset already, Aurora, and we can see the projections are already saying they're going to get $32 million net profit in a couple of years' time. Now, there's no reason why that won't increase. Now, and that's a stable return, and that's something which is, follows the parameters of the great investors of this world. You don't need to have a diversified fund. You're taking on all the risk of the world by doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We've used up all your time, so thank you for your submission.
Thanks.
Now, Mr. Andrew Sims, please. Thank you, Andrew. You'll have up to 5 minutes to speak to your submission. You can take it that we've read your submission, and councillors will then have up to 5 minutes to ask questions. And as you know, you just need to turn the microphone on each time you speak. Thank you. The floor's yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to submit to the sale of Aurora Energy. Make it absolutely clear that I'm here in my personal capacity as a passionate ratepayer, as a business person. The sale of Aurora Energy, who will pay? Sorry, I'm just struggling with the technology here. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Sorry, my fault. I've taken the first quote from Aurora Energy's website, and I'd just like to say it says in there that prices in the Dunedin area are currently below the national average. The key word there is currently. At the moment, Dunedin City customers pay an average of 7 cents per kilowatt hour to Aurora for their delivery. Wanaka customers pay 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Christchurch customers pay 9.5 cents to Orion. Auckland City customers appear to pay an average of 8.8 cents to Vector. The national average is around 9 cents a kilowatt. The next slide I have there is a picture of Aurora Energy's Dunedin staff. 160 skilled workers doing roles not easily replicated within Dunedin. It's estimated their direct payroll is $12,800,000 per annum, and then there's contractors on top of that. The economic benefit of Aurora Energy head office to Dunedin would be circa $20 million per annum. So I've looked at Aurora Energy and I've done two things, and I'd like to take you through this. I'm the new owner of Aurora Energy, and I've increased the supply charge for Dunedin customers to the national average. It would be very difficult for somebody to argue against moving the Dunedin customers to the national average of 9 cents. The other thing I've done is I've relocated my head office to either Christchurch or Auckland, possibly to Hong Kong. and I've reduced staff numbers by 50% by absorbing them into an existing head office structure elsewhere. This is what that does to the result of Aurora Energy. The current profitability of Aurora Energy is $25,800,000 a year. Increasing the supply charge for Dunedin customers to the national average adds $17,472,000 to the bottom line, and relocating and reducing the staff by 50% adds another $6,400,000. I've just doubled the profitability of Aurora Energy by doing two things that are could be completely anticipated. In summary then, Aurora has a monopoly position in the market which is nearly impossible to challenge. The market is growing, especially in central Otago. The market demand is inelastic. Doesn't matter how hard times get, not many people are going to cut the power off. The profits and value will continue to grow even if cash flow is used to fund growth rather than dividends. For those that are in business, many people know that you spend years, maybe even decades, ploughing your money back into the company for an eventual value. Aurora's balance sheet is sound and the debt level is comfortable. Using Aurora's debt to justify a sale is like selling the house to avoid having a mortgage. This asset belongs to the ratepayers of Dunedin. It was built up over decades using ratepayers' money. If it's sold, there is nothing that this council can do to commit any future council to any particular course of action to ensure that the proceeds of the sale are retained for the long-term benefit of ratepayers. This fact should have been disclosed in the sale prospectus. Aurora is an income-generating, appreciating, illiquid asset, which is exactly what you want when you're passing assets on to future generations. If sold, we lose control over a valuable asset. The Wellington Lines Company was sold by Wellington City to Vector in Auckland, who then on-sold it to a company from Hong Kong. Keep the value and the control in the hands of Dunedin's ratepayers. Thank you. Happy for questions.
Thank you, Mr Sims. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Sims. I'm just going to touch on that point about Wellington. Obviously the water's in good nick too. So are we looking at a council that had a certain philosophy of basically completely different from Christchurch, Auckland and Dunedin when it came to their lines companies and presumably also to their three waters? And are we actually seeing that if you go down that philosophical line, you get yourself in trouble as the years pass by because of the loss of control and things like aggregation of headquarters to other regions and other such things?
I couldn't agree more with that. I think once you start selling the assets that are generating a long-term value for the city, then you're on a very slippery slope, particularly when you lose complete control of what happens after that. There's nothing that this council can do to compel whoever buys Aurora in terms of then on selling it to whoever. So I agree entirely.
I'll be happy to share with you the wording I put into the Aurora thing and what ended up in there when it comes to that particular strategic outcome. I mean, would you agree that that Aurora is not only a money returning asset, but it contains the strategic asset of the distribution of the electricity system in the city as well?
It's incredibly important. The social aspects have been touched on by other submitters, and I've tried to look at the business aspects, but that's incredibly important because, if this company's being run out of Hong Kong, how much control do we have over the delivery of service to some people that live at Hindon or, somewhere particularly remote locations be hung out to dry, could possibly be hung out to dry?
Even if the regulator's in the background?
The regulator's the last resort, isn't it? They're not going to deal with day-to-day operational activities.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. You mentioned, hi, nice to see you again, Andrew. You mentioned that there is nothing that any council can do to ensure that the no future council just dips into the chequebook, basically, or the savings account. Are you aware that there is, and I'm going to get the council wrong, somewhere up north, I think Palms North, could be New Plymouth, has got an Act of Parliament. They went through something similar, and with their reserves, they've got an Act of Parliament to protect it, which would seem to be certainly a lot easier than just having a checking card. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. My understanding is that it's undemocratic if this council believes that it can commit future councils. So future councils must be left to make their own decisions, and nobody in this room's got control over what that is.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Andrew. In your submission, you mentioned that well-run, the company has the market position and ability to generate consistently good profits. Is it your opinion that Aurora is not well-run at present?
I think we're all aware of some of the shortcomings in the past. I can't speak to it now, and in fact the profitability appears to be returning. So no, I wouldn't say that. With anything, a fresh pair of eyes may be able to, as we've seen there, 2 simple moves doubles the profitability of the company, and that's what a buyer will be looking at. A buyer will be looking at this saying, I can do this, this and this and double the profit of the company, and that's why it's worth paying a premium for. That's also why it's worth keeping.
So leading on from that, as a council, what could we possibly do to ensure the company is better run in the future as a council? Because we really haven't got a lot of say in that.
I think the council should take a lead in a full review of all of the council-owned companies. That's for you people in this room.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr Sims, for the submission. In your written submission, you critique this document to a certain extent, as many others have done. Can you just expand on your objection to the prospectus?
The prospectus gives the clear impression that this council can protect the proceeds when it can't. And it's obvious reading the submissions online, and also we're talking to other people in our community, that people have been misled by this. People have said to me, oh no, the council are going to invest the money, protect it from inflation, and the money's just going to roll in. That's not true, and I think that prospectus is misleading in that respect.
And second question, and probably final question, one of our required remits as a council is to think long term as a council, and quite rightly so. So why do you think this not selling Aurora is in the best long term interests of this city?
I think having an illiquid asset is exactly what you want when you're trying to pass wealth down through the generations. So the fact that we're having to go through this process to consider a sale gives me a great deal of comfort as compared to having a pile of cash. Now, I'm an old fellow. I've got 3 young children, which is a source of amusement to some people, but I've got 3 young children. I'm looking at shifting my assets, and I'm in fact already in the process of shifting my assets into a liquid asset such as commercial property, so that hopefully they will enjoy a modest income and growth in the value for the years to come. If I die and they inherit a great big pile of money, I know exactly what's going to happen. There's going to be boats and helicopters and parties and nothing left at the end of it, and I see this situation as very much the same.
Thank you, Mr Sims. Unfortunately, we've used up all your time, so thank you for your submission. Next we have Aaron Hawkins, please. Thank you, Aaron. I'll just remind you, you've got 5 minutes to present your submission, and then 5 minutes for questions.
With the microphone, don't
and I wasn't going to think I needed to remind you about the microphone today. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Tēnā tātou katoa. My submission was brief and my comments will be equally brief. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. I do find it deeply ironic, given how long and loud the argument was from elected members, that it was critical for the public ownership and council control of our water assets to be maintained, and yet now we're being led to believe that it is entirely acceptable for our entire electricity distribution infrastructure assets to be privatised by council. Without wanting to labour the points that have been made by others, I think It certainly wasn't my intention to be appearing before council in an individual capacity quite so soon, but the significance of the decision that is before you certainly necessitates a response, and it certainly deserves a better interrogation through the statement of proposal process than our community has been afforded. The absolute lack of information upon which we can base our feedback to council does a discredit to the institution. It makes big claims about, in assessing the pros and cons of the two advantages, that debt is bad, that council will have to borrow more money if it maintains ownership of Aurora Energy. It does nothing to articulate why that is bad, other than some inherent political or philosophical objection to the idea of raising capital that way. There is absolutely no long-term assessment of the two options up against each other. Essentially, the argument is, in the short to medium term, selling Aurora Energy will be good for council's cash flow position. And then beyond that, nothing in terms of an assessment of where we might be in the medium to longer term. And I think council has an obligation to be considering the longer term implications. Very narrow strategic considerations also. It relies very heavily on price regulation, as is currently the case. I don't know if in our current deregulatory environment I would have a lot of confidence in any regulations that we currently have being maintained in the longer term. We have one of the most powerful executives in the Westminster system in Parliament, and any of those regulations or pieces of legislation could be changed very quickly by government. It's a very high trust model that we're being asked to give feedback on, where council hasn't agreed the framework for what would happen next, regardless, and I agree with the previous submitter, regardless of the inability council has to bind future councils. We don't even have an agreed framework for how that would run. It basically says we want to sell Aurora and then trust us to come up with a plan that will safeguard us for future generations, regardless of the inability of council to do that. At the very least, I think we should be able to be considering this as a whole, and ideally being considered through the long-term plan process alongside council's significance and engagement policy, alongside the financial strategy review. It's not immediately clear to me what the urgency is that means it has to be considered at this point as opposed to being considered alongside all of those documents. My strong submission is that you don't proceed with it, but I'm also aware that this may be the last opportunity we get to give feedback on it. So I would urge council, if you were of a mind to proceed with this, at the very least defer that decision to be included as part of the long-term plan and to be put up with an agreed framework for dealing with the proceeds. And certainly I think we could think a little more ambitiously around how the proceeds would be used if that was the situation that arose, and particularly, for an electricity distribution network, I think you can make an argument that investing in energy efficiency and decarbonisation and those sorts of initiatives would be worthwhile. This very much feels like a short-term solution to a longer-term structural problem that all of local government faces in terms of funding and financing, but it's a trick you can only pull off once. And I think we need to be thinking a little more strategically within the local government sector about how we advance solutions to that. The real red flag for me in the statement of proposal was this asset will attract a premium. Well, if there's ever a red flag that says you should hold on to something, that would be it, I would argue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr Hawkins. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Aaron. Actually, I just want to touch on, I don't think you said political ideology, but it was pretty much along those words. Could you give me your impression of the consultation document and how much you feel there's actually an underlying belief system sitting in there compared to the amount of actual data that we needed to make the decision?
I didn't think I was being unclear. I don't think. Look, it reads like a document in support of council's preferred option, and I think it does the community a disservice to not look at a more robust proposal in terms of what is at stake. And there's no discussion of council's financial strategy. There's no discussion of what its current debt limits might be. I mean, you could make a case that this is the best option. It just hasn't done that. And I don't think it's the community's job to redesign something. It's council's job. This is council's preferred option to convince us that this is the right thing to do, and there's nothing in that statement of proposal that justifies a decision of that significance.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, my question was around your unease with the SOP also, so I'll ask this slightly differently. You requested towards the end of your talk for us to perhaps think about deferring the decision. If that was something that we decided to do, is that then an option for us to try and correct the deficiencies that exist, according to you, within this?
Well, I'd certainly hope that if you had another go at it, you'd do a better job of it. Yeah, my strong suggestion is don't proceed with it. But if the will of council is to continue having this conversation, then I think there needs to be far more rigour put in the discussion documents that are presented to the community.
And assuming in the absence of any other questions, can I just ask you to expand a little bit more on your, again, closing comment around this being a short-term solution to a longer-term structural problem?
Well, that's what's presented to us in the SOP. This is advantageous to council from a cash flow point of view in the short to medium term. And Dunedin is not alone. This is a sector-wide issue in terms of the increasing cost of delivering the services that our communities deserve and need. And we're seeing that play out in different ways in other metropolitan cities, and the coalition government seem to have an appetite for city deals and other arrangements and other models of being able to fund and finance core local government activity, and I think that is the challenge that we should be tackling, as opposed to selling off intergenerational assets to shore up the cash flow position for a few years, and then what? Because unless you deal with that structural issue, you're going to end up in the same situation in 10, 15, 20, however long. So it's a band-aid and a very short-sighted one, I think.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying, when you've talked about deferring it, whether the answer is defer a second best option, is no the best option in your opinion. And okay. And my next question is just around your submission. You said that about, does council not consider there to be any other strategic reasons the city might want to influence the direction of Aurora Energy? So I just want to understand that you're seeing it as a strategic asset and what you think might influence the future.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I just don't think, there just is no discussion of any other strategic consideration other than price regulation. So the SOP leans on the fact that, don't worry, locals aren't going to get ripped off because it's a regulated market. And even if the regulatory environment survives, and that may be true, but there are certainly other strategic considerations, particularly when we think about the role that the electricity network is going to have to play in supporting our decarbonisation effort and the electrification of the vehicle fleet and urban planning and spatial planning and all those other things, where you could argue that I think the council and the community would want to have a say in trying to influence those. It's not just about how expensive your power bill might be, as pressing as that is for people on a week-to-week basis. I don't want to try and minimise that, but that's certainly not the only strategic consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Unfortunately, your time is up, so thank you for your submission. Next, can we please have Keith Moffat? Thank you, Mr. Moffat. You have 5 minutes to present your submission and then 5 minutes for questions, and each time you want to speak you just need to press the microphone button. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to present my submission. I'm a retired electrical engineer. I've spent about 25 years working for on the network that's now Aurora Network. I've been involved in network valuation, planning, and have a very good knowledge of the assets involved. I believe electricity networks should be publicly owned. Every network in the South Island is currently publicly owned. I believe public ownership provides greater accountability and transparency and is better aligned with social goals of providing affordable and reliable electricity. And profits are more likely to be invested in the network rather than distributed to shareholders. And under private ownership, I think we're unlikely to see any overhead to underground conversion work happening, which is unfortunate. Now, I understand why the council want to sell Aurora. They consider it to be a poorly performing asset. I propose that you only sell the Central Otago portion of the network. It was purchased in 1998 for 127 million and is now worth probably 400 to 500 million. If you sold the Central Otago network, it would solve Aurora's debt problem and allow investment in renewal of its Dunedin assets. The Central Otago network is high growth and is becoming capacity constrained, requiring high levels of capital investment. I think you might be better off without it. An issue that Aurora has is that Lakeland Networks is cherry-picking new developments in Central. And I don't know how many of you have ever heard of Lakeland Networks, but in the Queenstown area, they've been picking up most of the new large subdivisions, and that's a map showing all the areas that they currently supply. They're supplying about 4,300 customers, I believe. They've also moved into Cromwell and Wanaka. So we've got I think it's not a particularly satisfactory situation where you've got duplicated assets in these areas, which is rather inefficient and must end up costing the customers more in the long run. Now, Lakeland Networks is owned by the Invercargill City Council and the Southland Power Company, and they were able to get established in Central Otago by offering developers a better deal by way of lower capital contributions. Whenever a new subdivision or something is developed, the subdivider has to pay for quite a lot of the cost of the electricity infrastructure. And Aurora, when they took over the distribution, they were a bit greedy and were demanding that developers pay more than that they were currently paying in Dunedin. And this opened the door for our southern neighbours to get a foot in. Now, Lakeland Networks is managed by PowerNet, who also manage the Invercargill and Southland networks and the Otago network. So you can see on the map up there the extent of their areas that they manage. So they typically are surrounding the central area. Now, what I'm proposing is that we should be talking to our southern neighbours with the aim of selling them the central portion of the Aurora network, and this would stop duplication of infrastructure and ensure the assets remain publicly owned. And QLDC and CODC may also be wish to be involved in whatever ownership arrangements come to. And there's a Central Lakes Trust who benefited from the sale of the Central Electric network to the City Council, may be interested in having a stake in owning the Aurora network in Central.
If I can interrupt you then, Mr Moffat, you have 5 minutes is up.
Righto. Okay, well, I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Thanks for your submission, Mr Moffat. On a couple of occasions you mentioned public ownership. Can you just clarify exactly what you mean by public ownership? Do you mean by local authorities?
I mean, we've got trusts, local authorities. Yes, I mean, you've got the Central Lakes Trust. At the moment, they've own quite a chunk of Pioneer Generation. You've got the Southland Power Trust, who own the power network in Southland. You've got the Invercargill City Council. So they're all publicly owned entities.
I'm just wanting to clarify, because we have all experienced the good private Kiwi investor buying shares in partially privatised companies. That's not what you're talking about.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr Moffat. Are you aware that question was the question of selling off the Central Otago Queenstown Lakes distribution network was raised, and we were told by DCHL that it would not give us a premium price, but we were never given the underlying documents that came to that conclusion. So we've never.
They may be correct in that you won't get a premium price, but so it's not all about the money, and it would satisfy quite a few issues in terms of retains public ownership. Dunedin City Council still has control of the electricity assets where their ratepayer base is, and there's a possibility that the people in Central will get a bit of control over the electricity assets in their network. People in Wanaka are going to face huge price increases. I don't know that the supply network to Wanaka is the growth there has put significant constraints on the network, and it's 50 kilometres from the GXP. It's going to be millions of dollars, and they will foot the bill for it. And they're already spitting tax at the fact that they have to pay more than Dunedin, and those naughty Dunedin people are taking all their profits and using them. So I think pass it back to them, and then they can. We won't be subjected to the criticism of fleecing Central people to subsidise the Dunedin ratepayers.
And potentially furnish the council with the underlying calculations that came with that conclusion, because as I said, we haven't seen them, so we even haven't been able to test the validity of that statement. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I guess further to that one, you've mentioned that Central Otago is high growth. You've mentioned about Wanaka, the rates are going to need to go up, and we're covering all the costs. So the Aurora projections include, obviously, the activities in Central Otago that we've been given. So do you propose that by selling Central Otago operations, a cost-benefit analysis would show it to be beneficial to the financial performance of Aurora, more so, or at least on par with?
Well, I think Dunedin, if Aurora just had Dunedin, they've just got more renewals to cope with, and not having to expand the network significantly. there will be growth in terms of electric vehicles and decarbonisation, but I think the network's pretty well in a good shape to cope with a lot of that without enormous amounts of investment.
There's also been discussion of advancements in renewable energies, solar, etc. Given the NIMBYism that is rife within society, likelihood of having a solar farm somewhere in the Dunedin kind of built-up area is not likely, so therefore it would be more likely to happen in the hinterland or intercentral. How do we balance the needing the space to do the advancements and not owning the lines in that potentially in that?
Well, I don't think Aurora needs to be looking too much towards generation. I mean, our southern friends Pioneer are doing very well in that area. They've got wind farms, 2 or 3 wind farms, hydro generation. We saw what happened when we decided on the local wind farm here. It was quite difficult, but I mean, you don't want to put solar in Dunedin. You want to put solar where you get the best sunshine. But I don't think it's incompatible with. I think generation should be where it's best.
Thank you, Mr. Moffat. Unfortunately, your time is up. Would it be possible for us to get a copy of that presentation? Maybe you give that to staff that we could.
Yeah, you've already got it, I think.
You've got it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Ted Daniels, Exchange Renaissance Limited. Mr. Daniels, please. Here's it. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. We've got 5 minutes. Timer up on the screen behind me, and then there'll be 5 minutes questions. And when you next go to speak, just press the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me talk. I'm, of course, not to sell Aurora. The Dunedin lines that are not should not be for sale. We should keep our lines in ownership, not selling it. It will be the biggest mistake we will ever make. We have maintained and improved expanded these lines for more than 100 years. So, and it was paid by us all in Dunedin. So, why should we sell it? It's not something you want to sell, something you have built up over 100-year period. So, and why would you have an organization who want to make profit to take it over? And it's not. We should keep it in our own hands. So, if we lost control over the lines, if it was sold, it will be lost forever. We will never get it back again. So it's this decision is vital because it's only one-sided. That if we lose the lines, we never can recreate them. So and most likely future generations will likely be at the consequences of this decision. Or if we have to really sell, we may have to look at other options, but we have to keep the Dunedin lines. They are important to Dunedin. It's not about the best price. It's more about the best option for the long term. We should look at the long-term aspect. The price we can't be bullied into that today is the best price we could get. Sure, the price will probably get better over time. So we should probably look at other line companies throughout New Zealand and see how they are managing. They seem to be doing well, so why can't we do well? So, and there may be a different setup. We may have to set up a consumer trust and the beneficiaries are the electricity customers. So that way it will be the asset will stay in the hands of the people who are actually using the electricity, not that we have the same problem again in the future. So that's kind of my little thing. I'm not an expert, but I felt like I had to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Councillor Bendis.
Thank you for your submission, Ted. You said that once it's gone forever, we will never regain control again. Given that we've tried for more than a decade now to make the management of Aurora work and we failed, what kind of control do you think we actually have over Aurora, given that it's controlled by the Commerce Commission and the Electricity Authority in terms of its price, its delivery and its safety standards? What control do you think we as the owners actually have?
I think most of the money, what has been, the debt has been created by the Central Otago line. Or that's, in my opinion, where most of the money went, because at one stage the Dunedin line had no debt. So, and I think it's probably when they bought the Central Otago line, we got into debt for that. But then it's a commercial and enterprise. So like. You have to have debt to grow. So like Aurora is growing. So you need money to make the growth. So and the return is going up as well. So in real terms, debt isn't that bad when you want to have growth.
I understand the debt issue. My question was, what control do you think we have as an owner of a lines company that is controlled by central government and that we can't even make local government information requests of because lines companies are exempt? What control do you think the DCC has, never mind debt?
The Commerce Commission has stated that actually we could claim the maintenance cost back from the consumers. So if the council isn't doing this, then certainly a commercial owner would do it. And also in 2026, there will be a price repriced about the value of the real cost of today. So the prices will increase. So it means also the profit will increase for Aurora. So and we all will have lines charges which will probably increase majorly. But if it was privatized, the increase will be even more substantial.
Councillor Wetherall.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. You mentioned that you need money to achieve growth. How comfortable are you that the money for perceived growth in Aurora is coming from debt?
Or you need debt to create money. So, like the same if you buy a commercial building, you just have to borrow money to have a building, and then you have to spend money. So and it's a return. So the return for Aurora is the customers will pay for the line charges. So at the moment, like there's a lot of outstanding maintenance to be done. So if you don't do the maintenance, then it all falls apart. So it's time to get on with the maintenance, but do the the maintenance what need to be done, and just spread it over a longer period. So
Sorry, I cut you off, but so you don't think the initiative should be around reducing debt in these troublesome times we're living in? Your own experience with investing money is you have no problem in increasing debt on your mortgages, so to speak, year after year after year.
Or you have to be careful not to overspend. So and that's often by taking out the things which were not really necessary. So, but everything will come right. And like if you look at other cities, they're all in debt. So like we're not the only city in debt. So if like Auckland was saying, they're not going to sell the essential infrastructure because of their debt. So and I think that's what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't sell one of our main infrastructure.
So our city's debt is of no concern really to you?
Not at this stage. But we just have to be careful how we spend the money.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Unfortunately, your time is up, so thank you for your submission.
Thanks for listening.
Ross Taylor. Mr. Taylor, is he here? No, I don't think so. Hamish Geddes. No. James Sims Dixon. What I might suggest we do, councillors, is that we adjourn for 10 minutes, and second Councillor Walker, and so we'll be back at, whatever the time is, 11:10. Thank you. All in favour?
Do we want to come back 5 minutes before the end of the break?
Forgot about that bit. like to welcome Mr. Colin Brown up to the table, please. Welcome, Colin. You have 5 minutes to speak to your submission. You take it as read that we've read your submission, and then councillors have up to 5 minutes to ask you any questions. Welcome.
Great. So, there's an old saying that if something seems too good to be true, then probably it is. And so when I read about the proposal, something to me just didn't stack up. On the one hand, we can't make any money in the short term out of owning Aurora. But on the other hand, someone's prepared to pay $1 billion or something like that for it. And it just doesn't make sense to me. So there's information missing. However, initially I supported on the basis that if you do a full analysis, independent analysis, that look at what Aurora or some Canadian pension fund or whatever would do within the rules to maximise their profit in the short to medium term, and put an MPV on that, and that MPV comes out at greater than 4% or less than, sorry, the 4% that we've historically been able to achieve from the likes of the Waipori Fund, they might as well take the money and bank it, and gives a diversified income that sits there in case one day when the Akator fault goes bang, we need it. And in the meantime generates $20 million a year towards our bottom line and helps offset rates. Yes, our power prices go up because whoever's bought the company will maximise as much as they can, but we're robbing Peter to pay Paul and everything sits where it should. I've changed my mind on that, and the reason I've changed my mind on that is that I found out that you guys, or the council, cannot put that money into a trust that can only be used in the event of something like the Alpine fault going bang and we suddenly need an awful lot of money to fix infrastructure. And well done to the councils of the past and the present that hasn't been tempted to dip into the Waipori Fund. But I just do not trust people on 3-year elections, well past when you guys are gone, to not want to dip into that fund to fund the huge infrastructure costs that we're facing. And so I've changed my view, because we can't protect it for the future. And the second reason I've changed my view is that what makes electricity any different to water or roads or sewage or when we used to retriculate gas. It's part of the utilities that we need to have a functioning city. And just by some quirk of how government regulations worked, city was forced to actually make a choice whether we sold Waipori Power Station or the retriculation infrastructure 27, 28 years ago, and fortunately chose to keep the retriculation structure. And I presume that the decision was around the fact that it's a vital part of what makes a city work. So if we're going to sell it off, why not sell off our water retriculation? Why not sell off our sewage and just require people to comply with the health regulations, which makes it virtually impossible to not use it unless you're existing on sewage tanks. So I oppose us selling Aurora for 2 reasons. One is I just do not trust your future colleagues in 5-10 years' time not to dip into it because of the huge cost to our infrastructure. And the second reason I oppose it is that philosophically we should be keeping it as a vital part of our infrastructure of the city. But I do believe that we should be running it, looking at and say, how would Orion or how would the Canadian Pension Fund, whoever it was that's going to buy it, what would they do to maximise their profit under the regulations? And it will be possible to make a profit, because that's what, if you can't make profits, how do you have an infrastructure company? What would they do? And we should do the same. Thank you.
Perfect timing, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you for changing your mind. I did a back-of-the-envelope calculation on the valuation of Waipori Dam by going to the Matawa Energy annual reports, and it makes up about 10% of their generation capacity, and their current valuation of their assets is 2.4 billion. So if you do the simple math on that, Waipori would be worth about 240 million now. Are you aware that the Waipori Fund is not worth 240 million? And so one of the cases has been that while you have a lot of debt on a large asset like Aurora, its appreciation is in fact the one thing you should keep your eye on all the way through. And that eventually, even though it's got debt, its appreciated value will go up so substantially that effectively it will start to cancel that debt out. Agreed? Yeah.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you for your submission today. You just mentioned that you don't trust our future colleagues to preserve an investment fund. How can we trust future colleagues from selling Aurora in the future with possibly bigger debt?
We can't, obviously, but it's a lot more difficult to go through that process and a lot more challenge from ratepayers to undertake such a sale compared with whittling down a capital fund. That's the only reason why I'd see it would be more difficult. And once it's generating a $30 million annual revenue, it would be hard to justify it unless somebody came along at a very big number.
I like your optimism, but I don't agree with it.
Councillor Eklund.
Councillor Witherell stole my question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
I think it's a very good question when you ask what would a new owner do, and I think you might want to consider or just what would you think if a new owner was far better cashed up than we are, able to put far more investment into it, build new lines to Wanaka that we simply can't afford to do, and install a much more competent management regime. Would you consider that those might be things that a different owner might do to maximise its profits?
Oh, undoubtedly. And one of the problems we have sitting here is we just don't have the information available to actually make those analysis and decisions. But I would be surprised and disappointed if a council with the ability to borrow money at the rate you can, and yes, I know there are implications for total debt ratios and everything else, can't justify on economic grounds an investment like that, because you're going to have to be able to generate a greater return than the cost of borrowing, no different to, let's say, a Canadian private equity fund investing. They're going to want a 7-8% return on their capital investment, otherwise they wouldn't bother.
Are you aware that we're already hit our debt ceiling so hard that we've had to raise them again recently, that we're having to have successive years of unbalanced budgets because we simply can't afford to pay the interest on the current debt?
Point of order, actually. The reason we're unbalanced budget is the operating cost of Three Waters. It is not related to the interest rates of our debt. Point of order is misrepresentation.
I can't think of the wording. I mean, I agree with you, Councillor. I uphold your point of order. Can you withdraw that comment, please?
No, I can't.
Can we adjourn? I move to adjourn the meeting. Second, Councillor Walker. All in favour? I'm upholding the point of order, and Councillor Van Vis, I would like you to withdraw your comment, please.
I'm not able to because I believe it to be true, but I am happy to leave the meeting if that's what you require.
If you won't withdraw it, I'd ask you to leave the meeting for this submission alone because of the ruling. Because I'm understanding, because we're in a hearing process, I can limit the time that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue with questions. Sorry about that, Mr. Brown. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Got to get back on. Right. It was about we've heard earlier this morning about the potential of selling just part of, so the Central Otago operation, for example. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like in terms of the fact that, coming back to the philosophically, we want to keep control of our Dunedin asset. If the Central Otago operation was available for sale at a good enough price, well, of course you'd have to look at it when you're facing some other contingency problems that you need to deal with, and just like any business would. But you'd need to be satisfied that you're getting an adequate return to compensate for the short-term gain that you're getting. And I would still worry that a power generation asset that is a natural monopoly, while it's regulated, has potential in the same way as someone's interested in buying the whole business. They'd be interested in buying part of it because they can make a shitload of make a huge amount of future profit out of it. And so why wouldn't we keep it to do the same and offset our other costs? But you need to do detailed analysis by proper people that have actually got the skills to actually present the business case.
Thank you. And your thoughts on the possibility that we will be hearing in roughly a quarter of an hour of the Auckland model that we've heard for and against in terms of shares to public? So the Auckland Council selling shares to the etc. What are your thoughts on that idea?
Both for and against. Again, it comes back to what's the business case look like? What's the long-term payoff and risks versus the short-term gain? I don't have enough information to actually make a comment.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I actually had a question around the Central Otago as well, but just following on from that, do you think people would be more favourable to just selling off a section of it? Is that your opinion?
Yes, that's my opinion, but as I say, I don't have enough information to know whether that would be a sound economic decision. I'd have to be convinced that someone is prepared to pay well above the odds on an MPV value to justify the point that, as was raised earlier, those assets will always accumulate in value over time, and at least in line with inflation, probably better.
When we've been told or advised that Aurora will be quite money hungry for assets renewal and all the other things for probably the next 10 years at least, and that if we get paid out dividends, they will be accumulated in debt. What would you respond to with that?
So if that's the case, why does someone want to buy it? Like this is where we don't have the information. If it's got those problems and no one's going to be able to make any money out of it for 10 years, no one's going to want to buy it. So there's got to be some in-behind information or things that we don't know about how you can work within the rules of the Electricity Commission to actually generate a return from that asset, despite the capital-intensive nature of it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Unfortunately, your time is now up, so thank you for your submission. I'd like to ask David Moore, please, to come to the table. Thank you, Mr. Moore. You have 5 minutes to give your submission and then 5 minutes for questions, and then whenever anybody asks you a question, you'll need to restart your microphone. So welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I am opposed to the sale. My first point as I raised the question, which is probably not totally related to the sale of Aurora, as to why are the directors of the Dunedin City companies virtually all from outside Dunedin? It's Dunedin does have the expertise to provide directors for its own companies, and that's a matter I suggest the council should look at. My next point is that a company which does not pay a dividend will not sell at a premium unless debt-free. The company is valuable, and that implies that Aurora's debt is not connected, it's unrelated to its operations, and I have suggested in my submissions it's because the city has taken dividends from Aurora and other city companies to assist in paying for the stadium, and the obligation on the city is to work to repay the debt so the company is once more profitable for the city. In the short term that'll be tough on ratepayers, but in the long term it'll benefit the city. My next point is that Aurora has a virtual monopoly on its operations, which would make it difficult for any company to set up in competition. A purchaser wanting to buy purely and simply for profit will work on the basis of the monopoly and will increase costs. The city has some control over the price of the electricity, which a purchaser totally unrelated, or the city would not have, with a purchaser totally unrelated to the ratepayers of Dunedin and the residents of Otago, who also benefit, or also use the power which is transmitted on Aurora's network. And in the long term, the cost to the city, with likely increased power costs and the loss of dividends from Delta, because Delta is Aurora's preferred operator and there's no guarantee that a purchaser will use Delta, and there could be a loss of return from Delta to the city, and in the long term there may well be a greater cost to the Dunedin ratepayers and residents of this area by selling Aurora than retaining it. The recent, when I say recent, I go back several years, councils have made decisions which have undone good decisions made by previous councils. San Francisco makes a lot of money out of tourism from its cable cars. Likewise, Melbourne with its trams. Dunedin had both, and we gave them away. I'm looking at the photo of the tower on the town hall. The council wasted money in replacing with a meat safe and spent more money on replacing the tower. We set up a Barnsdown system some years ago, undid it, and spent money on replacing it now. Don't let Aurora join the list of decisions that bad decisions that councils make, undone previous good decisions of earlier councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Councillor Witherell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. I noticed you look back in your submission, and possibly quite rightly so, but looking forward, would you suggest Aurora's inability to pay a dividend is simply due to its level of debt, which is forecast to get larger in the coming years?
Well, I assume it's
Microphone, please.
connected to the level of debt.
Microphone, please. Just push the button. Push the button.
Push the button at the bottom.
Sorry, push the
You
button.
need to push the button at the base. Thank you.
I assume it's connected to the level of debt, but also to the fact that it hasn't upgraded its system, and it's now facing more costs on that. And I presume that's related to the fact that dividends have been taken when they shouldn't have been taken.
And do you have any suggestions going forward how Aurora could remove itself from the hole of debt that it's in, as in decrease it, not increase it?
I would expect the city would have to make a decision that it will not look to Aurora for a dividend in the immediate future, and that the directors of Aurora have got to work towards reducing the debt.
So considering the investment in Aurora is 70% generally of what the council's coffers, do you think that's acceptable not to request some form of dividend to help the ratepayers of Dunedin and run our city? Just push the button, please.
In the short term, it might be tough, but in the long term, the city has to work its way out of the mess that it's got itself in.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, and kia ora. Just asking whether you, when you looked at the document, that you noticed that in it just had about the expected dividends, so there are dividends in the future, but are you aware that Aurora has been making a profit for the last number of years?
Well, I'm hoping it has been making a profit.
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to tease out the difference. Just trying to tease out the difference between dividends and profits in the reinvestment. So, is it true when we're talking about debt that the debt would fund the capital growth? So you were just asked a question around debt. This is the debtor's bad kind of conversation carrying on.
Making a profit, then one would assume the profit would be used to repay debt, and the city would not be looking for a dividend in the short term.
So my next question is, you note that a lot of the directors are from out of town, and you've stated that you think that there are directors within Dunedin that would have the capabilities of running a lines company, I expect, and I understand that you have a long history with Dunedin City. So do you think that we should be parochially appointing more Dunedin directors to our
Well, I've deliberately not named the directors because I'm assuming that they are all competent people. But I have actually looked at other companies of which some of the directors are directors of, and I don't see much in the way of expertise in lines operations in any of the directors, and I'm assuming that Dunedin does have, and of course it has, people of equal calibre to the present directors, and I am surprised, frankly, that we have so many non-Dunedin directors on the Dunedin-owned companies.
Councillor O'Malley.
Madam Chair, as Councillor Barker said, Aurora had an $11 million profit last year. But it's my feeling that they're acting under what was, I think, a tacit agreement in 2017 when they came to us and said that we won't be paying dividends while we put the profits back into the network. And so they're still doing that. So therefore it's gone to zero in terms of dividends because we've never instructed them back that now it's time to start paying a dividend. And part of that process is they will start paying a dividend in the next couple of years anyway. So would you agree that basically probably the reason that we didn't receive a dividend is that they received something from us, which is to say, you're in serious trouble in this next 6 years. Don't think about giving us a dividend. Make sure that any profit goes back into the investment into the network. But that's more or less what we said. So does that make sense to you that that's what we said?
If that's what you said, yes, it does make sense, but it's commercially, if you've got debt and you've got expenditure that you need to do, you don't pay dividends. You use your profit to service your debt and do your necessary expenditure.
It doesn't mean that you can't pay dividends. It's just that strategically at the moment it's not appropriate to pay dividends because it's better to invest that back into the company. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Unfortunately, your time is up, but thank you for your submission. Next, I'd like to invite Carolyn Leese. Thank you, Ms Lees. You have 5 minutes to give your submission, and then councillors have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and the timer is up behind me. And when you go to speak, just press the button on your microphone each time. So thank you very much. The floor is yours just when you're ready.
I had a couple of emails over the weekend.
Just turn your microphone on to start. Thank you.
I had received a couple of emails during the weekend just saying that please don't read your submission, just have bullet points. And I was a little bit insulted about that. I'm sure the person didn't mean me to be insulted, but I thought, I've been invited to speak. I'm old. I've been a teacher for 47 years. I'm sorry, I just need to read it today, if that's all right.
Absolutely. Please do.
But I do have some bullet points, and they're on your page. All these things you own, we own. And I'm just wondering what's next. Maybe the stadium's not making money either. Maybe you'll sell that next, will you? I mean, let someone else run it, if it's creating debt. You know, my daughter approached the council a couple of years before COVID with a suggestion that she had the ability to get Jose Carreras out here to sing in the stadium. It was turned down. Oh, our sound system's not quite good enough for that. I mean, Elephant Hill Napier was all right. Topic, Aurora. Why has the debt been allowed to grow so much before a decision is required? Why let it get this big? As a superannuitant, if I see a looming bill ahead, I look around to find something not needed so much now to sell. I pop another row of carrots in the ground and a sprouted potato in a gap in a flower bed. I spent a bit of time in a state of anxiety over the prospect of more rate increases ahead. I'm just gobsmacked by the next one that's looming. Basically, you're asking the government to pick it up in a sneaky, underhand way. I'll explain that in a minute. This burgeoning bill just cannot lurch forward year after year. You're expecting me to pay for the debt, and I'm sorry to say I can't afford it. I'm your ratepayer, and I can't afford it. There is little left to sell. I could sell these. That's next. And they're great sentimental value. One from my mother and one from a dear friend. I voted for the majority view on the DCC, actually. I chose my votes carefully, hoping I was going to get a team of clever individuals who would form a team to navigate us into the realm of not only post-COVID times, God forbid, but also blatantly, obviously, city conditions of failing infrastructure. The reason being, New Zealand was all built at the same time. The whole country is going to rust, isn't it? It's just because we were all built at the same time as it developed. It's all more than 100 years old now. It needs to be renewed. I fail to see why you publish such an expensive booklet about the position you find yourselves in. I picked this up at the library and I thought, what bloody fancy paper? Wasn't there some other way to do it on some newsprint? Being honest is one thing, spending the hard-earned dollar is another, you see. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, I have great respect for you, but you need to go back to the drawing board. If there's anything the City of Dunedin cannot afford anymore, get rid of it. It's common business sense. When times are tough, we have to cut our cloth to suit. Every time you raise the rates, I have to go knitting in hand to wins. Show them my latest regional and city rates increases, also my insurance increases, also my mortgage increases. Then stand in a queue, hoping I'll be considered favourably. Do any of you have to resort to that? Any of you have to go to Wins for a top-up when the bills go up? I do. If I need a doctor's appointment, I have to cancel the dentist, etc. I'm trying to keep my grocery bill below $50 a week. Please can you make decisions that will assist me, your ratepayer, who pays your fees, to stay afloat? By the way, I consider myself very lucky to have a house and a mortgage and a small garden to grow food. As you will be aware, there are many in the city in a far more desperate situation. I deliver Meals on Wheels monthly. I knit blankets for charity at my library in Port Chalmers. People are struggling. My granddad had a sheep farm in Central Hawke's Bay. When the wool check was significant, he bought a new tractor. When the wool check was pitiful, he resorted to using the horses and the dogs. Members of the council, we ain't got no significant wool check going on here. I'm hopeful that you will do the right thing and sell stuff that is causing too much debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you so much for being so honest today in your presentation. Do you agree that it's not wise to get sentimental by preserving investments that don't return regular profits to the city's income?
That it's not sentimental, or it is sentimental.
Do you think that it's wise to get sentimental by preserving the assets?
No.
Just push the button. Yeah.
Turn your microphone.
No.
Thank you. So in regards to Aurora, do you find it acceptable that Aurora supplies the city with a dividend by simply increasing its own debt?
No.
Any further questions? No, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Robin Vintner from Reduced Rates Group. Thank you. You have 5 minutes for your submission, then me 5 minutes for questions. And next time you go to speak, just turn your microphone on, and there's a timer on the screen. So thank you.
Good morning, I'm Robin Vintner. I'm representing the Reduced Rates Group here in Dunedin. Debt has been one of our major focuses since we started 3 months ago. And around this proposed sale of Aurora, of the two options that have been presented to us all, we believe that to get the debt reduced, we need to sell the company. Yes, there are advantages to holding on to this big asset, but from what I can read in the brochure that we were given, it hasn't paid a dividend since 2017. My expertise is not in huge financial matters, but I do question, if we were to hold on to this asset, what is going to change that's going to ensure that we do realise a dividend. This, from what I understand, will have to be supported by pouring money into the company to rebuild the ailing infrastructure. I know Aurora covers Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes residents, but my experience is mainly with our Dunedin residents and the lower socio-economic position that so many are in, just as that lady has detailed. However, the general finance blowout throughout New Zealand is affecting all of us. And for those on fixed incomes or low incomes, they are already struggling, so funding a substantial financial prop-up for the company could be the bitter end for some of those people. In our view, however, if the company were to be sold at the sort of prices the council are expecting, then there needs to be some safeguards in place to make sure that this sale makes a difference to all residents in the catchment area. I would strongly recommend that whoever is bidding to buy Aurora has at the very least a majority holding in New Zealand. As an older member of New Zealanders, it frustrates me so much that our land, our natural resources and our businesses are being sold offshore so that slowly but surely New Zealand is no longer being able to be controlled internally. If the sale of the company met this criteria, then the sale price needs to also have some safeguards in place so that the sale is actually not wasted. Firstly, as stated in the prospectus, once the Aurora debt has been paid, there needs to be careful consideration of repayment of the council debt versus investment returns. As a normal bill payer in New Zealand society, it is always recommended that we pay down debt before investing. And this is usually because the interest paid on the investment is lower than the interest we have to pay for our outstanding debt. I understand that the council are able to mitigate this with higher returns and special interest rates on investments. This needs to be guaranteed before ignoring the council debt repayment. The question then is, where does the investment money get spent? We've been told that we're in this predicament because successive councils have not paid attention to the boring, unseen infrastructure costs over the years. Now that we're in a recession, we need to budget for those basic necessities that our rates pay for. However, historically, they've gone to big, glamorous items like the stadium, and we're still saddled with some of that debt because they're not paying their way. Some of the interest from the investment would need to be ring-fenced to bring the council debt down. We cannot afford to increase that debt anymore, just because the council is choosing to start into another expensive project. It is time for councillors to stop pushing these projects and their pet projects and impressing people who will be persuaded to vote for them next time around. There is no accountability for this excessive spending as councillors come and councillors go. It is time to ask the council itself to chop some wants off the budget and stick to the must-haves. There have been some extravagant works and refurbishments that have taken place that we simply cannot afford. I've come to the last point I'd like to make. We all privately have had to tighten our belts in these recessive times. Maybe this is not felt by those of you on high salaries, but I can assure you, just like that woman we just heard, it is felt by those on fixed or low incomes. It is time to respect these people before they have to default on their rates because council spending continues as though there's no tomorrow. Therefore, where this investment return is spent is paramount. If we can only afford the must-haves, then so be it.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. You talked about the concern about debt. Would you agree that there's good and bad debt?
Absolutely, yes.
Right. So,
Microphone, Councillor.
Yeah. So when you're concerned about the debt, do you realise if we didn't have some debt, we wouldn't have assets?
I'm aware of that, yes. Yeah.
So your position is you're in support of us selling Aurora, is that what you're saying?
That's what I stated at the start, yes. Right. Yeah.
And for the concerns others have had around the fact that they were concerned the power might go up, your power bill might increase because of that, and that we could be getting rid of an asset that could bring the council eventually a lot of money. Do you have any concerns about those things?
Well, I also alluded to that is definitely, certainly something that you guys have got to work on. And so I think that if you were to keep it, if it's going to take 10 years, it's going to be very hard on people for those 10 years. Sorry, the first point you made about that?
I was just saying if you were concerned that your power bill might go up if it was sold, or if the other concern people have raised is that it might be getting rid of an asset that could eventually bring the council a lot of money.
No, it was just that first piece about the power bills going up, and I would hope that the Commission would try and keep that down for everybody. Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for the submission. There's been quite a critique today of this document. My question, therefore, would be, if it could be shown through detailed, robust, independent analysis that retaining Aurora would ultimately be to the benefit of people on low and fixed incomes, would you then support it?
I'd certainly consider it. I think that we need to have more information, yes.
Any more questions? Don't think so. So thank you very much. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Next, Jonathan Daly from Technicality Limited. Thank you, Mr. Daly. You've got 5 minutes to give your submission, then 5 minutes for questions, and then just press the microphone button each time you want to speak. So when the red light's on, it's on. So the floor is yours.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Sucks to be you. Look, I'll introduce myself. Thank you again for holding this hearing, because what I realised in you doing that is I actually got the massive ego stroke of looking through the Aurora annual report from 2023, and I appear on about page 32 or some such. Lovely. Anyway, I would never have known otherwise. I'm a building and a business consultant. I sort of opened the first zero emissions excavation business in the country, bought the first electric excavator in the southern hemisphere. I went zero emissions entirely in 2017 in my business. I, in fact, sold the first zero emissions section care business in New Zealand. The last payment came in about last month, so there we go. I like doing things, and it seems I like doing things around technology and electricity. I'm also a dad to 7 kids, so I'm basically the average small to medium family from 100 years ago. Now, some irony to be noted that my eldest, in fact, jumped on a plane yesterday to fly up to Auckland. With all this zero emissions that I'm talking about, clearly there's a bit of hypocrisy. Hey, I'll wear it. Creative accounting won't reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of that flight, but the use and distribution of power can. My life with all these children and all these businesses and technical geek stuff is toys and stories. So last night I turned on a light, because, Dunedin, dark in the middle of winter, and I read a story to my 3 littlest kids. That story you might recognise. It starts something like this. Once upon a time there was a little duckling. He was a bit ugly. He had yellow feathers sticking out, white feathers sticking out, smelled a bit funky, looked strange. The segue then comes when that duckling grows, matures, not just becomes gorgeous and pretty, but actually lays its very first golden egg. The people that had the ugly duckling were stoked. We've got this thing that just pops out, magical value from nowhere. Now, the problem with geese that lay magical eggs is that occasionally they get a bit crook, and vets are never cheap, not once. Have you ever gone to the vet and gone, wow, that was cheap? Am I wrong? At some point in time, the person charged with looking after the ugly duckling / goose that laid the golden egg decided to save a couple of bob by cutting back its food, cutting back vet visits. Strangely enough, the golden eggs shrunk. Eventually, they became very sporadic. The ugly duckling turned into a goose, stopped producing. A new manager came in and went, well, if we can just up the feed, shovel something in, sure, it'll be fine. And so they started jamming food down its throat. Problem is, they kind of had to borrow to jam that food down its throat. In borrowing and jamming food down its throat, they actually made it ill again. Strangely enough, the golden eggs still stopped. Some of my pride in this city, which in fact my father was born in, I didn't grow up here, but I've moved here for 15 years now. There's a few life years my family represents, and there's quite a future. The viewpoint that you guys are all forced, reluctantly, willingly, whatever, to look at the future with is one of 3-year increments. The viewpoint that I, as a person still trying to feed a large family without matching inflation in my receipts, have is one of pressure. But do I stop building the future nest eggs, the future golden eggs for my family on account of today being hard? Or do I decide that actually their education, their financial well-being is critical to not just their future, but their children's future? I'm saying, though it's going to be hard as hell, and stuff needs to change, I think if you kill the goose that laid the golden egg, we do ourselves a disservice. I personally, and for my children, I believe the wisest choice would be restrain spending where you can, knowing that you must maintain the services, but keep the goose. Try and get it back to good health, because in 100 years' time, no one's going to look and say, gosh darn, I wish we'd killed that goose sooner.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. So, in your submission, you said you used the phrase, even if that isn't what even if that isn't what the ratepayers want, it is what they need. So, now listening to you here, and to continue the goose fairy tale, am I correct in saying then that what you're suggesting is that to the sale of Aurora would be to have a roast now rather than having regular omelettes later on?
Nailed it. There's a lot of things we could privatise. DCC core business is probably also one of those. Is it sensible to do it just because it puts cash in? No.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Daly, and thanks for having so many children on my behalf. I also fixated on your written submission where you wrote, and I'll just read it out, fix, polish and keep Aurora, get pragmatic and innovative, because even if it's isn't what ratepayers want, it's what they need. And I'll defer to that comment of yours and a question I asked previously, if you heard around my question to the previous submitter around those people who are struggling on fixed incomes. Do you believe it's in the longer term interest of that demographic to retain this asset?
I also wrote the word electorary or some such, which is rather interesting. My apologies. To answer that, it is in the long-term interest and the short-term interest, because, as we've seen with petrol, when supply is cut locally, you get a grace period where the import, the taker over, the person that takes it on says, hey, look, we're going to do wonderful. Look at our results. 2-3 years down the track, they start extracting the value. Look at London Water. I wanted to talk ad nauseum about that. It's not the right time frame. Ultimately, it will cost them more to divest it.
Councillor O'Malley.
Must have been channeling Warsaw Gummidge trickery. I want to get to your question on, or the comment in your written where you say that the value of Aurora's debt is being eroded by inflation. And I was struck once by an article on the Auckland Harbour Bridge. It was built in 1949 for 15 million. So are you basically, and my question here goes around attitude to debt. If debt is serviceable, are you making the statement that over time appreciation of value or inflation itself effectively raises the value of companies because they sit in the environment, and if that debt is constant, then that raising proportionally brings it down? Is that what you're saying?
As long as the margin on price to earnings and price to equity and debt to equity remains roughly constant, yes, that is true, because the received margin increases. In terms of the time frame, we are dealing with a core and critical infrastructure. It's a happy accident that Dunedin owns it rather than central government, but I believe we'd be foolish to look to the immediate cash in for poverty later.
Councillor Vandervis.
Have you considered that the Aurora goose has been unwell for a very long period of time, and that changing its diet of directors hasn't helped, and that in order to get it up to health requires veterinary services far in excess of what the DCC can afford?
In short, the answer is yes. Someone has to own it. Someone has to fund it. If it's a private organisation that funds it, and I am no socialist, But if it's a private organisation that funds it, the people that hurt the most are the people that earn the least.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. You mentioned feeding the duckling. Would you not agree that Aurora was more of an elephant than a duckling and takes an awful lot more to feed?
Alexander the Great had some experience with elephants, and they were quite remarkably notable throughout history. Yep, might take a bit more to feed, but if it's an elephant in input cost, it's an elephant in output cost, which in this perspective is defraying the expense of the average homeowner who's doing it hard.
Have you got a quick question, Councillor Houlihan?
So do you think that if unit prices, we saw an example before where Dunedin's unit prices are lower at the moment than other areas because of Aurora, that if we kept Aurora, that our Dunedin City ratepayers will be happy for those unit prices to go up to sustain keeping the asset?
The unit prices will go up quite independent of who owns it. It's just a matter of what your time frame for measurement is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Daly. Your time is up, so thank you for that. Thank you for your submission. Now I'd like to ask Pamela Monroe to come to the table. Thank you, Ms Monroe. You have 5 minutes to give us your submission, and then there'll be questions for 5 minutes. The timer is up on the screen behind me, and just press the button in the front of the microphone when you're ready to speak. The floor is yours.
Kia ora. I'm very much in favour of option 2 for the DCC to retain ownership of Aurora Energy Limited, as if the asset is sold, it will no longer be in the control of the Dunedin City Council and the people of Dunedin and the wider region. Any prospective purchaser will be buying Aurora Energy Limited to run it for a profit. Where will those profits be going? The company will very likely be owned by overseas interests. Even if it is originally sold within New Zealand, on-selling is always possible and it does happen. And this has already happened in several other New Zealand lines companies, resulting in an outflow of wealth from New Zealand. What control will the city have over the maintenance of the infrastructure that keeps the lines network functioning? None if Aurora Energy is in private ownership. If option 1 is adopted, there will be minimal protection for consumers of the rate they are charged for services by Aurora Energy. I am aware that there are currently Commerce Commission regulations governing what is charged to consumers, but I have no confidence that at some future time these regulations will not be removed and we will be at the mercy of a profit-driven private company. Electricity and the distribution thereof is a core service that we structure our homes, businesses and lives around. It's an essential utility, not an asset to be sold for short-term gain. The DCC has itself noted that Aurora Energy is a natural monopoly. Do we really want a monopoly going into corporate hands? External buyers would not primarily have the interests of Dunedin residents at heart. They will be profit-driven, inevitably leading to degradation of the infrastructure that we all depend on. Not long ago, some members of our community were up in arms regarding the Three Waters proposal and the city potentially having to surrender the water utilities to the government. It seems ironic that our council is now prepared to have the electricity lines, which are an essential part of how we live our lives, taken into private ownership. This city invested in electricity generation in 1907. So there is a legacy to be respected for our grandchildren and their children in the years to come. I acknowledge that the Waipori Dam was sold and an investment fund established. However, it was sold because of the then government's reforms. That is not the case for the proposed sale of Aurora Energy. The choice was made to keep the lines company and the control of them because we need to be able to secure the delivery of electricity to all the homes, businesses that require it within our region. The payment of dividends, I believe, will eventually begin once the infrastructure of the company is of an appropriate standard and the debt reduced. We need to have patience for this outcome and be in for the long haul. Sustainability demands the retention of a key strategic utility. All the people I've spoken to, which is obviously a limited sample, I haven't spoken to anyone who thinks that we should sell Aurora, and I mean that of any age, not just the age that I am. I've got children who are in their 30s and have families, and they have a lot of outgoings. They've got busy lives and mortgages. They don't want it sold. So, to summarise, selling the company will be a once-only transaction, with the loss of control of such an essential utility a poor bargain for the people of Dunedin and the wider region. Please do not sell Aurora Energy.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Say if that option was put to you in a different way and it was asking you to what you thought of keeping Dunedin and selling the Central Otago section of Aurora, what would you think about that?
I would need a lot more information about the cost effectiveness of that. I think as a region, we are all invested in Central Otago in our lives, and it's our favourite holiday destination traditionally. I'm not necessarily in favour of selling any of it. Maybe that's an option. In my original submission, I put in it that maybe keep a controlling interest, but I've since changed my mind. I now would wish to keep the whole company. I kept reading.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your submission. I noted in your submission you talk about your lack of confidence that the regulations that are currently in place to protect the consumer will not be removed. What is it that's led you to that view? What's eroded that confidence? A microphone?
Thank you.
It only takes one vote in Parliament to change the way these organisations are run. And sure, at the moment it looks like it's ring-fenced, but time passes, things change, different people sit at these tables. Every 3 years we've got these cycles of local body and national elections, and really anything can change, and that could be targeted. So if we surrender it, we really can't say that it will remain under government control in terms of pricing.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you for your presentation, and I kind of want to follow up on the two questions that I've said before. And it gets down to Aurora's strategic position in the city as a lines distributor versus just a regular investment that brings us back money. It's sort of missing from the consultation document, but I kind of hear it in your presentation that we need to take that into account when we consider the value of Aurora, right? Because if we lose, even inside the moderated environment that the Commerce Commission would put any new owner in, the new owner would not necessarily have any consideration for the social outcomes of the city. Correct? What do you think?
Microphone. Thank you.
I agree that would be the case.
Therefore, when that may have a difficult value to put a monetised value on, so therefore when you're looking at it only from monetised return, you may be missing a big chunk of the argument.
I think so. I think it needs to be looked at as a utility that's essential to the running of the city and the region, not an asset for sale.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Munro, for your submission. I have two questions again related to what others have asked. In answer to Councillor Houlihan's question, I think you said you require more information. So it comes back to this document, and what I'm feeling today from the public feedback is this is lacking. Is it your feeling that this document is in any way perhaps leaning in one direction unfairly?
When I read it, I felt it was structured to lead me to saying we must sell this. I don't think it really gave enough facts to really be able to assess the situation as to what we should do going forward. Nicely presented, but slim on detail.
Thank you. And the second question, as lunch approaches, in terms of, again, having read your submission, I wrote down here my notes that you were for 51, 49%, and you're now suggesting, like some other submitters and probably people around this table, that minds are being changed. Can you just, again, just give me a little expansion on why your mind has shifted slightly?
Having read the document, I thought this is a done deal, they're going to do it anyway. That was the impression that I gained from the document. I didn't really at first think that it was worth putting a submission or coming to speak. And the reason that I've changed my mind on that is that, again, it would be eroded. And I think of it in terms of, I use the word utility. It's a essential utility to every home, every building in the land, and we have to retain control of it. Once it's gone, we will just be at the mercy of how the new owner decides to run it.
Thank you. Unfortunately, your time is up, Ms Munro. Now, with the leave of the meeting, I just would like to inquire, we've got two submitters who've been here all morning and they're scheduled for this afternoon, and I just wonder whether they wish to speak now. We have Eugenie Round-Turner and Jan-Marie Howard. Do you wish to speak now, or do you want to speak at your scheduled time this afternoon?
I'd rather speak later because I'd like to tidy up my notes, and I think you might benefit if I spoke later.
That's and ditto. Okay, no, thank you very much. I just thought it was just worth asking. I was appreciative of you having been here. So with that, I would like to move that we adjourn. Second to Councillor Walker, and we will resume at 1:20. Thank you.
No. So, shall we get underway? Our next submitter is Gavin Turner. Is Gavin Turner in the house? No. No. No Gavin Turner? Okay. And I don't see Nigel Bamford either. So moving on down, Robin West. Golly. Mirren McLeod. Thank you for coming early. Yes, please sit at the desk. And you have, there's a timer on the wall behind me. You have 5 minutes. And once you get yourself settled, then we'll go from there. Seems like we have a little bit of extra time at this stage. All right, here we go.
Wonderful. First of all, I just want to say thank you.
Sorry, could you speak more directly to the microphone there? Thank you.
I just want to say thank you very much, Council and Mayor, for having me here today. Thank you for listening to me. Slowly, okay. Okay. I'm here today to speak about my position of the Aurora Energy selling. My position is firmly against selling of Aurora Energy. I believe it is a wonderful asset that we here own, and giving it or selling it, well, my biggest worry about selling Aurora Energy is perhaps who would buy it, and by my understanding, it would most likely be an international buyer. Other than that being, number one, that we no longer own the energy that runs our city, I think this probably would be a long-term, perhaps fear of mine if we no longer have the power to power our own city. I think I have questions for the council today. Is that appropriate for me to ask questions here?
Well, no, unfortunately, we ask questions of you.
Right.
And so you're here to submit to us. So
Right.
we're not in a position to probably answer your questions to do with Aurora. However, if you were to supply those questions in writing, we could arrange an answer for you.
Okay. Perhaps I could phrase what I have to say in a more questionable way, but you might just have to bear with me for one moment if that's okay.
Certainly.
I'm aware that Aurora is being sold because of the debts that it has. I'm wondering why perhaps an asset is sold just because it has debts. And I believe that the council here also has debts. Everybody has debts. Everybody in New Zealand most likely has a debt of some sort. And I can't imagine why we would want to get rid of something just because it has a lot of debt. And I'm wondering perhaps why it has a lot of debt, whether that be mismanagement or whatever it be. Everybody always has debt at some point, and as an international buyer who will probably be buying it for an investment, I'm sure they're buying it with the potential to make money from it. Whereas the council or Aurora Energy does have the potential to make money for it, for whoever owns it, I don't think either that it is something that is necessary for a public service to do. The Energy and the council are both here to provide services for Dunedin to run well, but not necessarily to make money for Dunedin. I know that it is important, otherwise things cannot run, but I don't think that is the ultimate goal of the company. I'm aware that many Dunedinites have fear that their rates will increase if the debt remains on Aurora Energy. However, I could imagine that in 10 years' time, the rates will peak the same, whether it goes up now or if it goes up in 3 years or if it goes up in 5 years. And as everything is going up at the moment, I can't imagine it's going to make a massive difference whether we're paying more in electricity or more in rates. Dunedin is a beautiful city built with forethought. How lucky that our pipes that I believe have just been renewed have some been there for over 100 years. And how lucky we are for our city, to the people who built those pipes, to have built them in a way that could last 100 years, whether they did or whether they didn't around that time. And today is a day where we often only think for today or we think for tomorrow, but I believe that the Dunedin long-term plan can be up to 3 years. I think we should be thinking up to 100 years of what our city should be doing and putting infrastructure in that will last 100 years and only needs to be maintained or with the thought of maintaining it rather than rebuilding it. And I think that is a massive thing with Aurora Energy, because once we sell it, we will never get it back. And when we have this, I'm sorry, I see I've just gone over time, but everything we do runs on energy. Everything. Our heart runs with an energy pulse. Our dishwasher, our cell phones, our lights. There are millions of industries over this world, and the only thing that connects them is technology, the internet, and energy. And giving away our power gives away our power. I mean, it's within the name, I suppose. Being rich is one thing, but without having the power, it doesn't mean too much.
Thank you.
Suppose.
Now, there may be some questions for you, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I'm paraphrasing here, but you said along the lines of that profits and dividends are not the best use of, words to that effect, and are not the best purpose for. We've heard earlier today that a suggestion that it would be better considered as a social asset rather than a financial one. Would you agree with that? Don't forget to press the mic each time.
I think so, yes. I think the power, I mean, there is great potential to make money in power. As we all see today, everything runs on power. But I don't think it should be its main purpose. But it could do something for you, I'm sure.
And another suggestion that has been put forward is ostensibly retaining Dunedin and selling Central Otago, putting it very roughly. What are your thoughts on that?
Why do we need to sell anything at this point? What is it that is in such debt that needs to be sold? That is something that I don't quite understand with any of this debt, is that why things aren't worked out. Why are other things not considered or worked out, or why are they not working, rather than we must sell it? Again, once things are sold, you can't really get them back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Malley?
I'm just going to follow up with Councillor Gilbert. I think what you're saying, tell me if I'm wrong, that its strategic asset value is actually the thing we need to be looking at. And that when it was the Department of Electricity, it didn't generate any money because it was part of the provisions of service that we gave along with transport and water. And in many respects, do you think we should be still looking at it through that lens, that sure, it might generate some money for us, but its principal activity is the provision of a good, reliable electric system?
Yes, I do agree with that, yes. And I think we should be thinking, like I said, in terms of 100 years where things might stabilise rather than tomorrow. Yeah.
And given that Aurora is already making a profit and meeting its interest rates, would you suggest then that it doesn't look necessarily like there's a debt crisis?
I can't comment on debt crisis because of the exact numbers, because I think there's a lot of numbers and I don't necessarily remember all numbers. But like I said, everybody's in debt right now, and everybody is in the most debt right now and paying the most amount of interest right now. It's no different for anybody. I think we just have to carry on and be strong.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Ms McLeod, and apologies for the system we have where we can only ask questions and not answer them. A question that I'm thinking selfishly on behalf of the ratepayers here after listening to your presentation, and the question is, debt aside, would it be fair of me to assume that if an international, for example, buyer wanted to pay, for argument's sake, an inflated price for an asset we own, wouldn't that therefore be in our best interests in terms of the ratepayers longer term to hold on to that asset, so the benefits thereof could accrue to our ratepayers?
I think it's much of a muchness. I think if we're paying $15, $20, $30, $100 more in rates, we will probably be paying that the same in electricity. And because everything's going up, the cost of apples, the cost of diesel, it's all going up. It's just the same. And I think exponentially things follow the same pattern. And if things don't go up this year, they will probably go up in 3 years or in 10 years, and in 50 years or 15 years we'll be at the same price point as we would have been anyway, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. We appear to have covered all our questions. So thank you very much for your presentation.
That's right. Thank you. And like you said, I just must write some questions down and somebody will answer them?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of those questions have been covered in
yes.
the consultation document, but however, it wouldn't hurt to write them and get a specific answer for yourself.
That would be great. I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Right. And now we have Mr. Nigel Bamford.
Hello, everybody.
Good afternoon. You just have to press the button every time you want to speak. It's already pressed.
Okay, I'm good.
So it's glowing red, but when someone else asks you a question, then it will turn your mic off.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me. I know a lot of you. Just for anyone that doesn't know me, I run a SEA fireplace company that's, I think, the city's largest manufacturing enterprise in present day. It's roughly 160 employees at the moment, and we bring in some tens of millions of dollars of income into the city every year. And look, our business has a history of growth. We on average, if you look in the past, we've doubled about every 5 years, and our intention is to keep growing at that rate for an indefinite period of time. Which is why I turned up today for the first time in 30 years living in the city to submit on something, because I feel so strongly that selling this asset would be the wrong thing, and I have quite a lot to lose in the fact that if we double every year, every 5 years, as in the past, we double the number of buildings, we double the amount of rates we pay, we double the amount of line charges we pay, and we double our staff, which means all those staff also have line charges and rates. And so it makes a big difference to me that the city is run efficiently, and that as a business or as my future employees can enjoy living in a city that is the lowest cost, most simple use of balance between rates and power prices. And what I guess got me frustrated enough to turn up today is I really took exception at the numbers that were used in the proposal document, or what's been listed publicly. They really make no sense. They make no business sense, and I think part of it is that whoever put that together obviously is on the pro side of selling, and they chose a very unique period of time to report Aurora's earnings and return on the council. They just looked at the last 4 or 5 years, which of course anyone can do that. Anyone can look at any investment over time and pick the worst possible time and show what a terrible investment it is. But as a investment we've owned for 100 years and hopefully own for another 100 years, I was trying to look at a slightly wider view. And all I did was jump online and I found a Aurora financial statement from 18 years ago, so I decided that was a relatively sensible period of time. Certainly a lot better than 3 or 4. And, when I did that, I just, if you allow me, I just did some quick back-of-the-envelope maths, which I think are far more representative of the true financial thing being debated here rather than the somewhat odd numbers you've been presented with. So 18 years ago, Aurora based its own financial statements asset value at 317 million. You're now being told you can sell your asset for $1 billion, so that would be a $383 million rise in asset value over those 18 years. I couldn't find the exact number of dividends you've been paid. I'm sure you've been given that information over those 18 years. I found it reported that it was something greater than 115 million, so let's just use that. So all up, that means on those conservative numbers, the city's had $800 million of return on investment over 18 years, or $44 million a year. So then you you'd get your $1 billion, you pay back your 600 million in debt, and you've got roughly 400 million left to put into the investment kitty. Maybe you can get 7% on that. Who knows? Over an 18-year period of time, that is about the average return on the New Zealand Stock Exchange, so it's not a crazy number. So then you're up 28 million a year in investment returns. It's not quite as good as the 44 million you've lost, but it's something. But the fundamental problem I have is stating that an asset can sell for $1 billion when it only makes $11 million a year. And no one pays $1 billion, or it pays anything, to earn 1.1% on their money. There is no business on the planet that would do that. So the only way it works is if the acquirer knows very well they can lift their income of the business by charging more or providing less services, whichever, over a relatively short period of time. And so roughly, if you paid $1 billion, you're not going to live on 1.1%. You might be able to live on 6%. That would be about as minimum that a commercial enterprise would want to get, which means they're going to have to charge another $50 million over 4, 5, 6, 10 years to get back to where they need to be. And $50 million in extra charges to consumers, to electricity users, or reduction in services, which is terrible as well. So when you put all that together, and that, I know the argument is the Commerce Commission won't let them, but that's already been proven wrong. We already know that, I read in another submitter's data, they showed the average lines company that's been sold to private enterprise has lifted their lines charges more than 100% higher than the ones that have stayed private over a 20-year period. And a $50 million increase over Aurora's current charges is only 35%. So I'm sure the Commerce Commission, well, we know it from history, it's happened before, it'll happen again, to rise your lines charges by 35% over a 4 or 5 year period must be possible because it's already happened. If you add all that together, we're 44 million worse off because we no longer have the same return we've had. We're 50 million worse off because now we're paying more for our lines. On the other side, we're 28 million better off because we've got an investment fund, wonderful, which means we're net worse off by $66 million a year, or $1,200 a household. Now, those numbers are far closer to the true financial reality, and they're so different to what you've been presented with. It just sort of feels like this whole exercise is a farce, and you've been asked to vote on something and asked for submissions on something with numbers that really just don't pass the most basic business sniff test. And hence, I guess my recommendation is that you ask for real numbers to be presented to you and repeat this process, and I suspect Council wouldn't even vote to take it to submissions if that was the case, and we wouldn't actually be sitting here. That's my 5 minutes, I think.
Yep, thank you. We have some questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bamford. And I'll start where you ended, which was around the sniff test and the numbers and this document. If you've been watching previously, many others have submitted about the biased nature of this, and you alluded to that. So my question is, what do you think, I mean, does it speak volumes, I guess, that in spite of this and the direction you're suggesting it points us, that still, on the feedback we've had, written and verbal, that there's an overwhelming desire not to see this sold?
Well, I guess it just shows we've got intelligent citizens that can do the maths I did in about 15 minutes and work out that that doesn't make it, the financial numbers just don't stack up. So if, and I suspect a lot of the, whatever it is, 1/3 or 25% of people that have submitted positively wouldn't have if they were presented with far more balanced numbers. And all you'd have to do to make them balanced is ask whoever wrote that document to include the real capital gain of your asset and look over a period of 20 years, not a period of 5 years. And you'd end up with numbers far closer to mine, and then we could actually have a balanced debate about the situation.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, thanks, Nigel. Fair to say then, you would say this is not necessarily the most balanced consultation document you've ever seen?
I haven't really bothered to read any of the other ones, but yeah, this one just slapped at me as someone who has an agenda, who has presented numbers that on the face of it look quite credible, but with the 15 minutes of back-of-the-envelope maths, it just doesn't make sense. And, you know, how can you tell me that if making money was so easy, and you're being told that get a big dollop of money and put it on the share market and you'll get 7%, why then would this pension fund or whoever this fictitious purchaser take their $1 billion to earn 1.1%? Why don't they just do what you clever fellows are being told to do and put it on the share market and get 7%? So it just doesn't stack up. The investor has to ramp up the price, or your $1 billion is a made-up number. One of those two things cannot be true.
There is another way to extract profit too, which the regulator did not interfere with in the last time, and that is run to fail. You can run your asset down, and the regulator did not interfere when Aurora ran its asset down. So I think we're fair to say, is it not, that the regulator may only be operating in one sphere of the business, but it's not operating, looking at all spheres of it. And if someone is to come in and answer that logical mismatch, as in it's good for us to sell, why is it good for somebody to buy? One of the methods is they could actually just use run.
Which is why I said they have to make 50 million more just to get to a mere 6% return by either running down services or charging more fees, one or the t'other. Or they could look at it and say, okay, I'll live off this $11 million a year, but that means I can only pay a couple of $100 million for your asset, which doesn't cover the debt, so you're not going to do it.
Councillor Wetherell.
Thanks, Nigel, for today. In regards to running our city, do you agree the city needs income to run our city?
Yeah, I think we have to remember the other reason we're sitting here is an accident of history that none of us had anything to do with, where a government told us we had to divest our line assets into a thing called a company. And it's only because they're sitting in this holding entity called a company that some bright sparks popped up and said, let's sell the company. No one's popped up and said, let's sell the footpaths. No one said, let's sell the pipes or the roads, because they don't exist in a company. So a city has to get income by way of rates. A city doesn't have to own an investment portfolio. A city doesn't have to own companies. And just like I'm not demanding a financial return on my footpaths, I'd be more than happy if these assets had stayed in council ownership 25 years ago and were really no different. And I just don't think we should be confused by the accident of history that put them in a company structure that now makes us think that it's something that should be sold any more so than our footpaths or our water pipe should be sold.
You mentioned that you don't need your council to make a profit. I presume you don't run your own business with the same philosophy.
Yeah, but quite different things. No, I don't need my council to make a profit. I need it to take away my rubbish and take away my water and charge appropriate rates to do all those things. I don't need it to have a big pile of money left at the end of the year, no.
I don't think it's this council's idea that we should run at a profit as such, but we need profit to actually balance our balance sheet, which at present we're not running on a balanced balance sheet.
Yeah, but you also own a lot of other things that you could sell. I mean, this city owns tens of millions of dollars of commercial real estate, not a monopoly asset, just industrial buildings. There was some justification a long time ago, each one that got bought. But if you went line by line through every piece of holding land or car park or industrial building and various things you own that have got nothing to do with pumping water or nothing to do with rubbish, and said, why don't we sell those? You could easily free up tens and tens of millions of dollars to pay back debt. So there are decisions a council can make that are non-monopoly assets that wouldn't affect these services that I need, which are give me power, give me fresh water, take away my sewage, take away my rubbish, give me a footpath and a road. That's what I need. I don't need a profit.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. It sounds like you're saying that even if it did sell for $1 billion or over $1 billion, that you still wouldn't be keen on the sale. Is that correct to say?
Yes, because if that price was that high, I would have to pay more in lines charges, and the council is losing the future income and future asset value. So it makes no difference what the price is. The maths gets worse and worse if the price is higher.
Thank you for coming in, because I know how busy you are.
Thank you. And we'll take Councillor Vandervis as the last question, even though we're over time.
You said there was only two ways that a new owner could make profit. One was to reduce services, the other one was to raise charges. What about the option of massively increasing services, especially in Central Otago? The real appeal of Aurora being that there is an incredibly increasing demand, a demand that's not able to be met by Aurora because they simply don't have the money to invest. Surely you recognise there's a third reason for a rich owner to own Aurora, and that is that they would have the funds able to maximise the development of the burgeoning Central Otago market.
And I think that's where it gets all confusing when councils own assets, because do we, the ratepayers of Dunedin, need every opportunity to be maximised? I mean, why isn't Aurora selling us internet? Why aren't they doing, there's a whole lot of things that Aurora could stretch into, and that's the problem of the company structure, is you start having these conversations about business opportunity, unmet business opportunity, competing against somebody else in Central Otago. What we really need is the lights to stay on at the lowest possible cost and the power poles not to fall off. And so I think it's perfectly appropriate for a council-owned entity not to chase every single business opportunity, because that's not what councils should exist to do. They should exist to provide us with services, not maximise every unmet business opportunity around.
So you don't think that the ratepayers of Dunedin, who have a long-term investment in $1.83 billion worth of companies, should get a return from those companies?
Sure, I'm just saying it doesn't have to be an always maximised, take every opportunity. They should get a return from the assets they have, and those companies should continue to trade and do well. I mean, it's a much bigger argument should the council own any non-monopoly assets, forests and things like that, as a trains. It's a much bigger argument, which I suppose is wider than this current debate. But in any company, you get to choose. I've chosen not to get into fridges and freezers, right? I've chosen, even though there's opportunities, I've chosen to stick to one thing and just do it well. Aurora doesn't have to chase every single opportunity. They have to operate efficiently, they have to provide services, and they have to not charge too much and not waste money doing it. But, they don't have to stretch into Southland, they don't have to stretch into Canterbury, they don't have to chase every opportunity. They just have to perform well. And I entirely agree with where you're coming from, though. The nuance of this debate is actually all about Central Otago. And if this was a lines company just in Dunedin, this would be a much simpler debate. But I fully understand the nuance that you're referring to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bedford. And next we have Robin West.
Kia ora. A little bit about me. My name is Robin. I've lived here in Dunedin for about 30 years, raised 2 children here and been involved with play centre, school and various community activities with them. I'm actually deeply uncomfortable with public speaking, but I'm really concerned about this proposal, so here I am as an ordinary Dunedin resident. I'm on a low income and in the group of people who minimise electricity use, trying to tread that fine line between frugality and health consequences. And the phasing out of the low user daily charge, for instance, it worries me. Yeah. It's true that I'm not an expert on the economics of varying forms of debt and the running of a council, but I find the argument that adding a profit component to the provision of an essential service will invariably add to the costs compelling. I came of age in the late 80s and early 90s as the various ideologically driven sales of state assets played out, and the argument that the market would deliver efficiencies didn't play out as we were told. Kiwi Rail and the Post Office, with Telecom's polystyrene rock, come to mind. Later, Max Bradford's electricity reforms have led to the possibly unintended consequence of companies manipulating the spot price market by creating artificial shortages, and to an obscure electricity market where, in spite of government websites, it's really hard for ordinary consumers to compare prices. So that's my feelings about the market argument. I know that your previous speaker had a much deeper analysis of the figures involved. I have heard councillors suggest that the Commerce Commission will protect us from obscene price rises, but I'm not so sure that they'll save us, and I'd prefer not to put it to the test. Has the Commerce Commission already allowed Aurora to increase charges by more than their rules would normally allow? Well, yes. Not by as much as Aurora asked, but yes. And does the Commerce Commission have the teeth to rein in private enterprise? My grocery bills would suggest otherwise. I know the projections for future debt required to upgrade the network look bad, and they will require council spending constraints that will be hard to stomach, and potentially unpalatable rate rises. You could decide to sell Aurora, and then that won't be the council's problem, but it will still be our problem as people who live here, and that's why I'm so concerned to come and speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Well, thanks for coming, and I know it's particularly hard to come and speak when you don't feel comfortable doing public speaking, so I thank you twice really for that. One of the comments around about our debt ceiling has come out of our LGFA covenant, and grouping the two sets of debt together against the one income of just the rates. Before that, the council companies were separated from the council itself, and the ability to pay debt was looked at from there. If we were to go back to that, we aren't going to be seeing that debt crisis hit us. Would you like us firstly to start thinking about how we got into the situation where the debt got aggregated when it doesn't necessarily make economic sense?
As I said, I'm not an expert on these different forms of debt. I know it comes into Three Waters issues, and that the current central government has policies in that which also affect us as a local body. I would prefer the council to explore any avenues to change the accounting rules that they operate under, and to work within them as much as we can to avoid having to sell essential infrastructure assets in the meantime.
You touched on a piece of what I would call relatively straightforward math. If we generate money out of a company that's supplying utilities to households, we're generated it out of that household. So in the end, we are effectively robbing Peter to pay Paul. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, currently I pay less than $300 a year annual line charges. I think that's going to go up. That's because I'm really frugal with what I turn on. I pay a lot more than the average for my electricity units, so I watch every kilowatt.
Very good. Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you so much, Robin, for coming to talk to us today. One of our earlier speakers suggested that the Commerce Commission has a feather-like touch. I wondered, would you consider that the delivery of electricity is an essential service to all of our ratepayers?
It's absolutely an essential service. We have a lot of infrastructure that the way we currently live depends on it. And it's more than just those people, for instance, dialysis patients for whom the lights cannot go off. We struggle when we're without power for hours. Christchurch struggled when they were without power for days and weeks. It's an essential part of our modern life. People like me do without as much as we can, but being off-grid would be beyond me.
Thank you. We have no further questions, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for listening.
And next we have Eugenie Round-Turner. Yes. And if you could
thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to say first off that I'm just an ordinary person without any particular business background, and I'm one of those people who always takes a long time to think about things. So my first question is, and this occurred to me last night, I went back through the FYI handouts, which I read cover to cover and look forward to, and I went back as far as November because I thought, well, that was 6 months ago, and I'm wondering why this whole business of possibly selling Aurora Energy wasn't aired then, because I've talked to a number of people since, and the people I speak to seem to be unaware that a sale is possible. And I think you're doing a disservice to ratepayers not giving them more time, because the first FYI mention came in April when there was barely a month to actually investigate and formulate a submission. And I don't have business expertise, so I used as my document something that I picked up from the DCC, your submission document here, and my conclusion, and I note other people have come to the same thing, is that it's slanted towards a sale. I'm a bit of a detail person in some areas, and I went through and sort of underlined language and asked questions. Now, for instance, my first question was, the Aurora Energy debt is forecast to be $576 million by mid-2025. I want to know what its debt is right now, because it seems to me silly to be talking about the debt in mid-2025 when your proposal is to sell it by the end of this year. So that was one of my questions. Likely to be debt funded, dividends. Now, you see, I don't know how this works, but this seems to me to be counterproductive. What is happening to the profits? I did try to do a bit of research, and I came across a Commerce Commission document. I note with pleasure that the Aurora Energy rating out of 29 groups of council ownership, I think they are, is now second top of the list and is performing extremely well. And that is compared to the 2021 performance where it wasn't doing so well. So how can we say that it's not a good investment? Because obviously in the space of 3 years, we have increased its productivity and its investment, or whatever the Commerce Commission uses. It has a number of attributes it uses to make an assessment. It's doing very well. Now, I have to say a number of the statements in this are conjecture only. It is conjecture that future investment, if you sold Aurora Energy and put money into a variable portfolio, would earn money. In fact, the whole point of a variable portfolio is that you vary it because you know some aspects will perform well and some won't, and it's a long-term investment, not a short-term. So I don't know how the council could actually rely on a guaranteed short-term annual income from an investment portfolio. It would have to be very well managed. I don't know also what the distinction is between debt and investment. I mean, it said that a dividend would only be paid if from a debt investment, and debt. Well, what is the difference between debt and investment? You know, I I wanted more information that was not here. I wanted information about the management, and I agree with the previous speaker. I wanted to look 20 years at least, because it seems to me that the diagram that showed on page 11 that showed Aurora Energy returns and dividends was either managed or manipulated. I'm being quite blunt here, because it seems to me that in the years when it was making a big profit, that profit wasn't always being put back into a measured investment in Aurora Energy, such as to keep it up to spec according to the requirements of the Energy Authority and the Commerce Commission. In fact, because I've been out of Dunedin until mid-2019, and I was living in London, so I was very interested in the comment about the water, because I'm very aware of what Thames Water charges and how they are desiring to gouge more money out of people by putting water meters in. So if you've got a big family or blah-de-blah, you are going to be paying. So the investment, I happen to know that a 30 million investment was made into the stadium. Now, even in London, I could hear the outcry over the stadium, I might add. I also note that in 1 year, due to a non-investment, Aurora Energy incurred a $5 million penalty, and $5 million I worked out as 1/45 of the overall cost of the stadium. And I thought, well, paying off $5 million of the stadium debt would have been far preferable than paying a penalty on not investing in Aurora Energy as was required.
Oh, sorry, there's a timer on the wall for your 5 minutes. There's a timer on the wall behind me.
Okay,
for
yeah.
your 5 minutes, which are well up.
All right.
But I just thought I'd point
at
it.
Are you saying it's up?
I am saying it's up.
Okay.
But you can finish off your sentence or whatever.
Well, I am against the sale. I can't see how, if we sell it, we aren't going to end up with vastly increased electricity prices, which is going to be counter any rates reduction we might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley has a question.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You gave reference to that figure, I think it's about 2 pages back, with the that one there, where you've put your notes on top of. No, next, the return on dividends.
Oh, yes.
How would you feel, what's your feeling on whether that's an accurate description of what Aurora can do, given that it's got no dividends there for last year, but $11 million profit, and that we had basically told them, not directly, but definitely, you know, sharing eyebrows, that basically they don't have to pay a dividend until they get themselves in a good place. Do you think that's an accurate description of the health of the company?
I don't think these figures are necessarily accurate.
Oh, sorry, you have to repress the microphone button, please.
You got to press it, yep.
Sorry, I'm not reassured these figures are necessarily accurate. I would want to know for each year what the annual profit was, what the investment was, what the Commerce Commission considered should have been invested, what standard it was at. I mean, I have more questions over dividend and profits than this currently is giving me. And I would like to remind councillors that, and I'm being blunt and pedantic here, that really councillors are representatives of ratepayers, not emplacement of. So, you know, I'm concerned that ratepayers have not been involved in this decision at an early stage, and I would expect, you know, a big meeting, a big investment analysis of what Aurora Energy is at, so that I can make an informed decision, because I can assure you on this I can't. And I'm concerned that the language is mostly, you know, I've got conjecture, projection, you know, and another statement, this is a fait accompli, why mention it at all? You know, I'm not impressed with this. I'm sorry to be so critical, but this is the biggest event that the DCC is going to have in my lifetime. I have grown up with this. When my in-laws visited from England in the early to mid-1990s, we used to go up to Waipori Falls to swim in the baths and show them all round the area, and they were impressed with our investment and ownership of such a wonderful asset. So even though you're talking about, you know, being emotional about this, I did 10 years market research, and we did a bank survey one time, and the bank was interested in the social and emotional impact that bank users and the public had of its activities and its entity. So if a bank can think that, I can assure you that the DCC Council is surely involved in the emotional and social and financial well-being across the board of its ratepayers and electricity users.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and kia ora, Eugenie. Thank you so much for your submission. You don't need to apologise for being critical or for being blunt, but I did wonder, did you know that what we voted on was to consult the public about the sale of Aurora? So there has been no decision. It's just a decision to consult with you.
Well, thank you for that clarity. But what I read in this document was that that is your preferred option, and there is nowhere that it says that the DCHL is given an explanation of why it thinks it's shall. And if I was utterly cynical, I would think it wants to get rid of something that's mismanaged over the years. You know, I want to know why things are happening. I can't make decisions without information. I'm pedantic in that sense. I drive people crazy. But I want information in order to make decisions.
You might want to have a look on the DCC website, because complementary to that document, there's a lot more information about Aurora on the website for your...
Thank you for that. I'm not so good at doing online research, I have to say.
Right. Very good. We'll have a question from Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the possibility of increased line charges if sold. Do you feel Aurora gives the ratepayers a better deal than a possible new owner would? And if so, why?
Sorry, button, microphone.
Your microphone.
Sorry, I'm slightly hard of hearing. Can you repeat that question?
Certainly. Do you feel Aurora gives the ratepayers a better deal than a possible new owner would? And if so, why?
Well, my experience in London, I can assure you, leads me to veer far away from private ownership of essential services. Thames Water was something I was very familiar with. I want to see good management, and I want to see ratepayer scrutiny. I mean, here is the government shedding employees all over the place. I was away when the DCHL was created, and I don't know why we've got it, but I'm sure its CEO and management board is getting money. And I would look at it and think, what was the situation like before? Why was it created? Do we really need it? Can we save money there? And I'm fascinated by a previous speaker saying the DCC owns a great deal of property, and why can't we investigate and rationalise some of that to fund Aurora's upgrades? Because Aurora is an asset that is absolutely essential to us all, and I am very, very against selling it.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much for your presentation. And next we have Jan Marie Howard. Jane Marie Howard.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Pardon me, this is just a little difficult. I have listened with great interest to those better qualified than I am to provide the nuts and bolts of finance, etc. And instead, I would like to provide you with some backstory. At the risk of boring some of you who were there, and for the benefit of those of you who were not, I'd like to take you back to the mid-1970s, when Great Britain, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, first joined what was then the European Economic Community. At one fell stroke almost, our farmers, our primary producers of lamb, beef, wool, dairy products, hides, etc., lost their privileged access to the British market, and in return we lost access to somewhat cheaper British industrial imports. The Labour government at the time clearly did not do enough to help farmers reorganise themselves in the face of this fait accompli, if you like. And in 1975, the country elected a Prime Minister, the late, and to my mind unlamented, Sir Robert Muldoon, whose government was dedicated to retaining the status quo ante EEC regardless of the cost. He also doubled not only as Prime Minister but as Minister of Finance. He instituted things like supplementary minimum prices for their farmers. Returns continued to diminish. And thanks to the first past the post, it's the unrepresentative and somewhat undemocratic voting system we had at the time, although his majority in Parliament remained intact, he lost the overall majority in 1978, and in 1981, after what is now the notorious 1981 Springbok tour from New Zealand from South Africa, he squeaked in the 1981 election by a single seat. In 1984, a renegade National Party member by the name of Marilyn Waring crossed the floor. And because the Prime Minister at the time was used to running things himself, in fact I can remember his phrase, "I can't govern if," his government collapsed to the point where he decided, unwisely, to call a snap election for, I think, July or June that year, which he proceeded to lose. The incoming Labour government had as its finance minister a man whose record for solvency as a farmer was, shall we say, less than stellar. And he was advised by some anonymous American whose name I've never managed to determine as to the processes of how to privatise New Zealand government assets and turn them into corporations ready for sale. Now, I'd like to mention at least two of these entities. One of them was what is now KiwiRail, previously Her Majesty's New Zealand Government Railways, which at one stage I worked for in a capacity which I won't bother to go into, except to say that in the 27 months I was there, I could tell you well and with no uncertainty whatever that reform was badly needed. The other one were the state coal mines. And while the process of privatisation of what was now KiwiRail was shonky, to say the least, the privatisation of the state coal mines ended in the disaster of Pike River, 29 men are still entombed in the darkness there. Despite the fact that West Coast coal was known to be gassy, and a previous incident at Strongman had killed 19 men from precisely that cause. In the aftermath of Strongman, the men of the West Coast went down the pit to rescue their mates, or at least to try to retrieve their bodies. The aftermath of Pike River, the mine was sealed up, they were not allowed to go down there, and the whole business stank of a cover-up.
Now,
pardon me, I'm getting a little bit angry here.
Yes.
I'd like to go back
And your
if you
5
don't
minutes
mind.
are up.
Sorry?
So you only have 5 minutes to speak, I'm afraid, and your 5 minutes...
Now listen, my thing said 10 minutes.
No, it's 5 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for questions. So we
Oh,
will
I
now
see.
ask
Look, you did
questions
not
of you.
make that clear because my sister was given 5 minutes. It lists 10 minutes here. Excuse me, but I'm very sorry. I feel unaware of that.
Yes. Well, could you perhaps summarise what your points in one
Right.
sentence, and we'll ask you questions.
Fine.
And that'll give you
First
another
of
5
all,
minutes.
First of all, as a result of this jonky privatisation process, I am opposed to the sale of Aurora Energy, and I'd like to read some figures to you from the Otago Daily Times. I think bear with me, from a report, 2nd of December 2022, a little bit dated, but nonetheless relevant, I believe. I shall read these figures out to you and you can tell me, you can comment on them if you want. Right. For that year, Aurora Energy, $7.7 million profit. City Forests, $6.16 million profit. Delta, $2.9 million profit. Now, when I was in primary school, we were taught to do a thing called mental, which is short for mental arithmetic. And a little bit of mental arithmetic, which I'm still capable of doing at the age of 77, tells me that the total profit of those three entities alone is somewhere in the region of $17 to $18 million. Let's continue. $1.6 million loss from New Zealand Railways Limited, $7 million loss from Dunedin Stadium Property Limited, Dunedin Venues Management Limited, $900,000 in loss, Dunedin International Airport Limited, $464,000 profit. For some reason or other, the conclusion the staff reporter draws from the sum total of these figures is a $3.5 million loss. Now, when I was at school, that does not add up. Clearly, there is some data missing here. I would like to know what it is, what happened to it, what it's for.
Well, so look, the purpose of this consultation is it's hard for us to go back and answer those figures, and we're not answering questions in this forum. But we do have some questions for you, I suspect. Does anyone have any questions?
I will
Councillor
do my
O'Malley.
best.
Thanks for your submission and your historical background. I think, am I correct in saying that what you're seeing here with this potential sale of Aurora is in fact a continuation of all that stuff that started back in the 1980s, and it's effectively just the same thing, and it...
You just have to press your
press your
microphone
button and turn
please.
me off, and that turns you back on.
Dear, thank you. As a small comment on that, I think it was 1989, after New Zealand Rail was hocked off for a song and sixpence to an outfit nobody'd ever heard of, Wisconsin Rail, who, after extracting profit for several years, were apparently tired of managing a company on the other side of the largest ocean in the world, and hocked it off to an Australian outfit named Todd Holdings. And in 1989, I think, the incoming Labour government eventually decided to rescind its original decision and bought the whole lot back for 2 and sixpence in a male choir, about $800 or $900 million, if I recall correctly. And that is the current state of affairs regarding Kiwi Rail.
Thank
the
you.
29 men of Pike River are still dead and buried in a mine at the bottom of the west coast somewhere.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Is that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And next we have Sue Novell.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So are you familiar with the 5 minutes on the screen? There's the timer up there, and then 5 minutes for questions when you're ready.
Kia ora koutou. Is it still on? Yeah. All the SCAM members who attended a recent discussion vehemently object to the sale of Aurora. DCC's remit is to facilitate the well-being of ratepayers and the meeting of their basic needs: clean air, water, enough food, community and energy. To this end, it has to take care of the fundamental infrastructure that has been built up communally over decades. Electricity distribution is fundamental infrastructure like the roads, the sewage, the water supply. Surplus funds should go towards the maintenance of it, not private profit. It is a utility, and the job of a utility is not to provide dividends, but utility. Electricity supply is a basic service crucial to the well-being of people. Democratic local control over this is important. A sale will impact on the ability of council to have input in the direction of the lines company activities, including moving it towards carbon neutral operations. This will be detrimental to the council's ability to meet its 2030 zero carbon goal for Dunedin. A sale would mean gambling with ratepayers' assets. A buyer would be given a monopoly to exploit and would prioritise profits to shareholders over maintenance and the well-being of people. There is the danger of the company being run down for short-term gain and then having to be bought back by DCC at a much higher price to ensure fundamental services. Past sales of key utility assets have not prevented price increases for consumers and reductions in services. Several notable ones have had to be purchased back, Kiwi Rail and Air New Zealand. Right now, there is a lesson to be learnt from what is happening in the UK, where they have privatised utilities that subsequently are failing to provide necessary services and are collapsing into debt, to the point where they are talking about renationalising to save them and to solve the debt problem. The money invested from a sale could easily be lost on the market. Invested money is fragile and can be lost in a financial crash, whereas lines do not disappear overnight. The rate of return on the stock market is as unreliable as dividend returns. Alternatives. A consumer trust model like Waitaki Power Trust should be explored that gives priority to consumer interests and allows more profit to be put towards maintenance and in service of local people and the local economy. This would alleviate the need for taking on more debt. And why the haste and not thinking about all the council's assets? If something must be sold, sell non-essential things like the stadium. This way, DCC could recoup money that was diverted from Aurora maintenance for its build. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Sue, for coming again. I picked up on quite a bit of anger in your written submission, and you're not alone in mentioning how detrimental a sale may be to our carbon zero aspirations. Do you want to just expand on that a little?
It's so important that we now all reduce emissions, and DCC has voted for a 2030 zero carbon goal. If the company is sold, it's much harder to control what's happening. and what's happening with the company internally and also what its actions are. So it is really good to keep this so we have much more control and we can actually be more effective in reducing emissions.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Sue, for coming. Getting down to your last paragraph where you start the sentence off, if something must be sold. Our last annual report showed that the interest burden on the council's debt was 7.5% of the rates intake, whereas 92.5% was basically being used as usual. Would you call 7.5% burden an outrageous burden that would require us to sell down assets to reduce that?
No, not at all. A lot of companies have got debt, or, that is not a reason to sell it.
If Aurora manages to make a profit after meeting all of its obligations, including its interest, I would assume then you would also agree that there doesn't appear to be a crisis there either.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. You mention Aurora as being a utility which does not necessarily need to show a profit. Therefore, do you feel our utility should provide a service to communities outside the borders of our own region?
I don't quite understand the question.
My question is that you refer to a utility which provides a service to the people that live in our city, and our city owns Aurora. Do you think it's Aurora's responsibility that our company here should supply a service to areas outside our own region?
What I understand is that power companies are all interconnected. Power lines are, it doesn't just stop. So it is, decisions have to be made for the whole region too.
Thank you. And I think that's it for questions. Very good. Thank you very much for your presentation. And that's it for the day. I believe we've covered everyone. Yes. So, thank you, and so I move that we adjourn tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. 11 a.m. Double checking. 11 a.m. Is that correct?